a minute silence for them, please. I have Nike Alabi. I have Ronke Adedotun. I have Toyin Adedotun. Folusho Akpara. Yemi Ogungbile. We'll just take a minute to remember them before we go ahead. Thank you. Eternal rest, grant them, O Lord. Amen. Let's have a seat. So I'll just start with a brief opening before our chairperson goes ahead to share her prepared speech. So this is something we've all been planning towards. It's actually the major highlight of the year for our year group. It's a period where we gather to talk about what we've been able to accomplish in the past year. And if you all remember, our year starts from May. Fine. $50,000. Can we all switch our phone off, please, or put your phones on silent so we can all have one meeting? Our year group starts, each year starts from July. So it's something that we've made as a high point of the year for us to give a stewardship of what the group has been able to accomplish in the past year, and then also to share our plans and our dreams for the next year ahead of us. So at this period, we're going to also be having an opportunity to look at our constitution, to look at our accounts. All members can take this period to ask questions they have. We're always available as an executive anyway for you to reach us at any point in time to bring up anything or any questions you might have. But at this AGM, we formally do that, and then we formally all ratify and plan ahead for the new year. So we want this to be an engaging session. Remember that this association is all of us, so your input is very important to us. We want it to be participatory. We want people to bring up their ideas, to challenge us where they think we need to be guided aright, to commend us where we've done well, and to tell us where we've not done well, and what we could do to make things better in the next year ahead of us. Thank you. With that said, I'll hand over to Madam.
Good morning, awesome, beautiful, and wonderful queens. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. Before I go into my prepared speech, I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody for yesterday. It was an awesome day. Trepidation as to how things would go, but all that as we started quickly disappeared. And I'll say a big thank you to you. It was an awesome day, awesome day, especially our visit to Queen's School. It was really nice. So thank you very much. So I'd like to go this way. It's my great pleasure to welcome us all to this AGM 2022, tagged Back to the Source. I would like to appreciate the foresight of, before I even appreciate the foresight, I know Kiki has said it, but I would still like to say that the souls of those who have passed on, may they continue to rest in peace. Having said that, I'd like to appreciate the foresight of people like Cecilia Ibirogba, Leonelli, who championed our coming together as a group about 6-7 years ago, if I'm right. and the dogged leadership and never give up attitude of Kemi Omoni Yobugamibe, and the team of admins who worked tirelessly at having the foundations that eventually gave way to the present team of ESCOs. And most importantly, every member of the group for your unreserved, and I say that unapologetically, unreserved support at the success of us as a group. Before we the present ESCO took the reins of office on July 1st officially as the first formally elected executives of the group, with the charge from you all that we forge stronger relationships, promote, sorry, I'm wearing glasses, I still can't see. Forge stronger relationships and promote effective network amongst all of us. Provide opportunities to the development of individual and business interests amongst members. That we should create developmental opportunities that will sustain educational standard of our alma mater, Queen School, Ibadan, through project execution and service activities. Also, that we should be able to render service to the society, especially in the area of public and private management, to which there shall be at least projects per tenure, one to the society and one to Queen School Ibadan. Also, we were mandated to support QSI as well as the main alumni body in its aims and objectives, and also adopt such other objectives as may generally be in the interest of the association, our alma mater, and our QSI alumni group. Today, we give account of our stewardship. We have increased the number of members on the platform considerably over the year, and a lot of reunion of yams and ulos. Our welfare secretary has also been dogged at onboarding members, and her shout out has been awesome. Please, can we give her a round of applause? I would like to. She's been awesome. A couple of Zoom events and the fiscal endo, a wonderful event hosted by Kiki Ojedeli and Momi Babalala, have also created, thank you. I've also created opportunities to rekindle old friendships. As regards promoting opportunities to develop individual and business interests, we have created the Business Wednesdays on WhatsApp platform, where members are encouraged to advertise their goods and services. We are a community of about 100 presently on the platform, and the exponential reach cannot be disregarded. We will work at creating more opportunities and activities to encourage this. We have also created and launched a website. I'm sure that is news to all of us. And if you look on into our brochure, I think on page, yes. If you look onto it, you can even scan. We have a QR code on the program, which you can scan, and it will take you directly to the website.
see what we expended them on. If you look at the side, that's page 2. And the balance of 353, rather 253,000 had been remitted to the account. The Y class had 200,000 with them, and the remitted 180,000. We are trying to reconcile the 20,000. But the next year, I'm sure would have been able to do that, and to say what that it will be reflected in the next year's account by the special grace of God. So towards the expenditure made by our administrator before the opening of the account and the one we left with them, the gardener salary from April to October was paid 140,000. We cleared by the ESCO approved that when we went visiting the school before the resumption in August, we saw the state of things, and we had to ask the school, we had to ask the principal to clear the bushes. We spent 115,000 towards that. The gardener salary for 9 months from November 2021 until July 2021, we asked that to be paid by the administrators then, because the money was in. We don't want to start paying, because we also had issues with, I am in Oshogbo, the other signatories to the accounts are in Lagos. So at times we found it difficult to be moving funds like that. So we had to ask them to just hold on and pay that. So bank charges by these transfers and all this money paid by this administrator came to 3,210 naira from S class, and I class 600 naira. Then we had to make some early deposit for this AGM for it to be able to be possible. That was 380,000. All this came to 818,810. So the total remitted was 594,500. So that is the total of the money on that remitted balances. Then if you look at page 2, we have receipts under that. The page 2 and page 3 for some, just look at it. We had prior year's payments of 480,000. Well, after we took the reins of affairs, we sent statement of account to all members with what they have paid to date and what they were owing. It was there, and to glory be to God, we had responses from lots of people. That amounted to 480,000. You see that? So that's, please just write your questions down. I'll answer later. Take note of it. I'll answer all questions. I'm reading. Thank you. That's prior year's dues. Then under the receipt again, we have the dues for this year. Yeah. Payment towards dues. Yeah, receipt. Yes, those are what was received. That was what was in terms of the payment to the bank. Then for the year, that's this particular year, 2022-23, we've collected 125,000 so far as our dues. We are still expecting members to make payments of their dues, but we'll let you know what exactly the amount is at the end of this meeting. That's why I've not harassed people for this year's dues. Then the next one we have is Love at Christmas. Again, I really appreciate. Oh, sorry. Before we go there, there's a page where we have the total picture of everybody that made their dues and the years they paid for. Everything is there. Please look at it. If you have any reasons to complain, please see me after the meeting, or you may raise it, but that's what I have so far from the past administrator and the ones I've collected so far. That's what we have there, please. So if you have any issues on that, please, you can raise it during the meeting, or you see me after. Thank you. So on the Love at Christmas donation, I really appreciate the way our people have been going out of their way, to make donations. We call upon you and you answer us. A lot of people actually donated towards this, and this is what it came out. If you look at that page, what we were able to get total receipt was actually 804,512 in naira, and in pounds 295. For the project, we expended 515,04112 in naira and 200 in pounds. We had some balances. The expenditures are listed on that page, what we use them for. Everything we spend money on that came to 515,04112 is there. And what we spent the 200 pounds for was also listed. And we had balances at the end of the day. The 95 pounds was converted at 762 and added back to the naira. However, when we made donation for Folusho, we had a shortfall to make up the 2,000 pounds we spent. We paid, or rather, we gave to the family. We had to take that shortfall by the permission of the ESCO from that. That's 22,608. So we had a balance of 333, 252, and 34 on a Love at Christmas. And we have it there because, like they said, it's a continuous thing. So we're able to spend the money as need be. So that's what we have. Well, outside the money, well, we also had some other donations from members. Someone gave us 10 bags of 10 kg rice. Then we had herbal teas, 10 packets. Some gave us 1 bag of gari, so on and so forth. So that's what we use them for. You have them there. I don't think I should be reading, but if you want me to read, I'll continue to read. I should not waste time. Thank you very much. So the next item is donation for Folusho. Again, people really surprised us. We were looking for just small amounts, and people came out and paid all this. So we had 912, 515 in naira, and 855 in pounds. We bought wreath of 60 pounds. So the total money we had was, when we converted at 762, we had 1992.53, and that's where then we had charges on the forex at 4 naira on every 200 pounds. So everything came to 935, 124, and 84. So that with the shortfall, that's where the shortfall that we transferred to the Love at Christmas came in from. So you find out that we don't actually have anything from. We gave everything we had out, and we even took from Love at Christmas. So the next item is QS at 70. When they called upon us to come and pay 300,000, even though, well, the president has said, "Oh, don't let me get that to it." They had to run around, and people did not disappoint again. They gave us 365,000. We gave us KS Sugar 300,000, and they said that's why you find out we paid 300,000. That the people that attended had to pay 10,000 to enter. So we had to rally round and get 60,000 to pay them. So the balance at the end of the day on QS at 70 is 5,000. It's still in the account as depicted in the fourth page. T-shirts. As at 16th of May, the list here are the people that have made payment for the t-shirts. Some had paid delivery, and we have delivered most of them. Some were delivered here at Ibadan, but nevertheless, they have been delivered. The president said I should refund the 1.5 to those people. I said that no be money we take carry and reach Ibadan. So anybody can take me up on that. Okay, please feel free. Feel free. Really, the money is going to be in the account. I'm sure you will understand. President, I'm sorry, I'm overriding you on that. But money comes in, it doesn't go out. Sorry. So bear with me on that. So the AGM, oh my God, that we are here today. God bless all of you. Please, God bless all of you. The ESCO will tell you, I'll say, I don't want to hear anything. I only want money. I'll tell them, then you owe it's money again. And really, today we're here. Very few of us are here, but we've been able to do big things because lots of people donated. For everybody here present and those ones that are not here, I really, really appreciate you for what you have done for us. A lot of people paid even after this because a lot of payment came in last week after we made the statement of account. So for everybody, whether your name is here or not, I can still send the full list to the class page. I really appreciate you on behalf of the president and the ESCO. God bless you all. Thank you very much. So at the end of the day, we have, as at then, because we have started spending money, 2.447636.36 left in the account as at then. This is where I want to stop. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to serve you. God bless you all. Please, you can ask questions, but direct them to the president. I just read on her behalf. Question and answers, please. Last page. Sorry, online people. If you have questions, then the audit. Okay.
Hello, members of We would like to thank you for hooking up with us. I mean, being part of this. You are one of us, and we like the fact and appreciate the fact that, irrespective of the fact that you couldn't be here physically, you have donated immensely towards this program. Please, can we give all the members who aren't here but have contributed towards this event massive round of applause, please? Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay. And then I would like to say, those online can ask questions, please. So if you have a question, you can raise up your hand on screen. We will unmute you so you can speak. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, good morning. I don't know if I'm being heard. Oh, okay.
You are heard, Tutu.
I can't hear anything, but I see thumbs up.
Okay,
Good.
Tutu, one
I think
second. Hold on,
good morning, everybody.
Let me introduce.
Can I first say a big well done to Morenike? How she's done it, I don't know how she does it, but it's amazing. Having just checking everything, going through all the accounts and so forth. But anyway, I won't go. What I just wanted to just confirm that we've done the auditing. There's still a few things to be done. But one of the things, for example, that was mentioned about the disbursement of the from the different years. I can confirm that's been audited, and we're all happy with that. We've also gone through the Love at Christmas. That's all been. We've got just a very one or two things that we need to verify. I can confirm that we're all happy with that. We also have the Queen School at 70. That's been audited as well. Everything's gone through. We're all happy with that. I think also the T-shirts. The T-shirts. I know there's some that's still yet to collect it, but all that has been audited, and we're good on that. The ones we just need to still finalize is just still around the accounts. But I'm sure something that Morenike or the executive will take up, because in terms of tallying the names that are on the bank accounts and the names with the actual names that we know you by in Queen School, so that's something definitely to have reference on. I think other than that, I can say that we're happy with the auditing, and as what has been presented, we can verify that, and we're happy with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Auditor General. We'll take a 5 minutes. We're reorganizing the program, if you will. We'll bring the tea break forward for those of us who have not had breakfast. So we'll take a 10 minutes break for tea break. Then we'll continue afterwards with the Constitution review and amendment. Thank you.
The fire paper, the ginger the ginger this, I don't like wahala, I define money na paper, the ginger this, the ginger this, move from side to side, bounce and back to do all night, up never be your.
Provider here in Nigeria.
Tell me what you like. Really got your time, baby. Wherever I take, make you mine, baby. I go make your life better. I go teach you right, no. Swear I go make you shine, baby. On the pada every time, baby. I go make your life better. Cause you they give me ginger, oh. You they give me ginger, oh. I got no do like Carol. Say you know they do me like shy, oh. Say she they give me ginger, oh. She they give me ginger, oh. My baby no be Carol. She they give me ginger, oh.
When you dey hustle, you go dey all alone. When you succeed, they go call you their own. Now because you don't dey for the throne, then they call you one come. When you dey hustle, you go dey all alone. When you succeed, they go call you their own. When they see say you dey for the throne, they go call you one come. You can never trust anybody. They only there for the money. Protect your soul and your
woman don't suffer.
no be like water. If woman ever marry you, if woman ever marry you, if she no got him up for side, they go dey push you on the side, and eventually they go suffer woman. Nobody be like to love me. Doro me, baby. Doro me, doro. Kilo de, why you know they call me? Kilo de, baby. Kilo de, doro. I dey give you signal. Doro me. Why you know they see me? Doro me. I give you green light to fire. Doro me, doro. I'm a killer bubble. Doro me. Now you know they fumble. Doro me. I go shoot my shot, yo, Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Yeah, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. For la people, CBO. Talk to your friend, oh. Joro me, baby, oh. Joro me, joro. Shebi walo sọ fún mi. You talk say you like me. I be rolling wagon. Kilo de joro. I dey give you signal. Joro me. She you know they see me. Joro me. I give you green light. Fire. Joro me, joro. I'm a killer bubble. Joro me. Mama love fumble. Joro me. I go shoot my shot, yo, joro. So joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later. Oh, baby, no big crime. Let person love you, I love you, baby, I yes, I love you, baby, oh, baby, tell me why, you dare take your time, just call me, baby, mine. You're a baby, take my number, oh, take my number. Maybe you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later.
One house, please. Okay, I hope we've all gone to catch our coffee, tea. Those of us online as well. There are people online. Okay, great. So, so, so we're revived, we're re-energized for the next section. Okay, so we're replanning the program on the fly, and the next thing we're bringing up right now would be our. I hope they're seeing us. Okay. And the next thing we have on the program, which I'm bringing ahead of everything else, will be the presentation of insurance project, and then throwing it out to us to adopt if it's something we want to run with going forward. So to do that, I will invite the president to talk about the insurance project the ESCO had gone into, to review how this can help us to address some issues amongst us. And the next thing after that will be the constitution review and amendment. Thank you.
Okay, ladies, thank you for your time. Quickly, at the ESCO level, due to certain circumstance and unfortunate incidents, the passing on of Felicia, and the fact that we had to raise funds, towards the burial programs and all, we decided at the ESCO that we should look at a more practical way of doing that instead of taxing members to bring money. Ari, she's distracting me. Ari? Okay. Okay. Please feature it quickly. Can you please put it on screen? Can you please put it on screen? Put it on screen. Where's the camera? Wala de enyen lon show. Oh. Oh, you're covering. No, you're not. Please.
Thank you. This is Oyenuga. Next year, she'll send even more to our next year in an undisclosed place. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Grandma. Thank you to Mrs. And happy 80th birthday to her in arrears. She was 80 a week ago. Oh, wow. That's nice. Don't mind welfare. Okay, so as I was saying, yes. So we decided that the best route to go so that we don't keep coming to you to ask for money, cap in hand, to support such initiative. And the fact that we are all over 50s and the realization that the fact that the inevitable will eventually happen. What we pray for is that we live to a long, old, ripe, how do you say it? Ripe old age in good health and wealth. So to do that, we talked about insurance, and we have an insurance brokerage outfit here. We spoke to quite a number of them, and we decided we will have this particular insurance company present to us what they have on offer. Then we can discuss it at this meeting and agree a way forward. So I think Mr. Amokioja is online. He's from Mainway Insurance Brokers Limited. Mr. Amokioja, are you there? Can you please? I think I can. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Amokioja. We can't hear you. Mr. Amokioja. Uh-oh. Hello, Mr. Mokioja. Okay. I think his network.
Good morning, madam.
Yes, good
I'm
morning.
here.
Okay, good.
Good morning.
Good. So we have 15 minutes max for you, so that will include your presentation and questions that we may have for you. So you'll have to make it very, very
Good morning.
Okay, yes, Mr. Mokioja, you need to switch on your camera, please. We need to see. Yes, we need to see your face, please. Okay. Oh, wow, it's so dark. Okay, that's good. That's good. So we will give you the right to share your screen for your presentation, please. So are you ready for us? You have 15 minutes.
Yes,
presentation
okay.
and questions, please. So you need to make it very brief. Thank you so much.
I've not been given the opportunity to share my screen here. The host should allow me to share my screen. Okay?
Yeah, just hold on. They're working on it.
Okay, Mr. Okioja, we can see your screen. You can go ahead, please.
Yeah, once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Sheikh Amukioja of Mainway Insurance Brokers. We have our head office at 22 Adiola Upwell, Victoria Island, and we have our branches, at the 6th geopolitical zone of Nigeria. Mainway was registered as an insurance broker 1994. That is 28 years ago. And we've been doing the business of insurance broking since then. So I'm here to present combined group life and group personal accident insurance for your old student association. So firstly, I want to let you know this world is full of risk. Even as we are seated here, anything could happen. So that is the reason why we need to take precautions or to do relevant things to ensure that the risk is protected. And one of the ways to protect our risk is to transfer your risk to a professional, that is the insurance company. They are in the business of managing risk. And let me, by way of definition, insurance is an arrangement by which a company, that is the insurance company, undertakes to provide compensation for specified loss, damage, or death in return for payment of a specified amount, which is called premium. So what I'm saying is the sense that you can transfer identified risk to insurance company by paying a token that is called premium. In reality, insurance is intangible service. It's a form of promise that if XYZ risk manifested in the nearest future, they will pay a certain or agreed amount of money. So, like I said, for everything, there's a season. That is the word of God anyway, and a time for every matter under the heaven. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck of what is planted. Since the word of God has addressed this in our mind, making us to know that there are times to die. So the question now is, what preparation and provisions are we making for the family in our care? And that takes us to insurance. The only way what we can get is to arrange this kind of policy for our members, just in case the eventualities eventually occur. So the group life insurance is an annual renewable term assurance that provides for payment of a predetermined sum on the death of an individual within the policy year. What are we saying? That if you take out this policy, you pay a certain sum of money to the insurance company. And in case you lose any member, the insurance company will be called upon to make payment. And this policy covers every death by any cause, either natural or accident. The only exclusion we have in this policy is suicide. This life insurance does not cover suicide. And like I said,
Mr. Mokyoja, can you please hold on a second? Ladies, please, can we have one house, please? Let's listen to this presentation and we can do the kissing, hugging, and pleasantries afterwards. Ejo, please. Don't let, please. Can we have the door? Thank you. Can you please shut the door? Mr. Mokyoja, sorry, you can go ahead, please. Can we please take a listen, because we are going to, so that we make informed decisions on whatever it is we need to do. Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
So let me go over the group life insurance again. Group life insurance is the kind of policy you take out for your members. You can see the word group there. Because you are many, it's just not one person. That is why we have the word group life insurance is an annual renewable term assurance that provides the payment of predetermined sum. That predetermined sum, we call it sum assured, on the death of an individual within the policy. So the benefit of group life insurance, one, it provides financial relief for family members in the event of a loss. Of course, if the payment is made, it will take care of the family members left behind by deceased to take care of some certain things, though all their needs cannot be met, but at least that sum, that payment, will take care of immediate needs of the deceased family. And another thing is, it reduces the liability of club and association in the event of death of a member. Like the president mentioned the other time, let me accept our condolences concerning the member you lost. I pray the good Lord will be with the family and you will live long in good health and in sound mind in Jesus' name. So it will reduce liability. There won't be need for association to be calling upon members to contribute money for the family of deceased. So the next one, it encourages commitment and passion of individual members of an organization. The moment people, one thing, the major question some member asks, because I have those student association that I belong to too, they will ask, what do I stand to benefit from this association? And one of the things member can benefit is this. And the moment you have this kind of policy in place, it encourages, it increases their commitment and passion for the organization. And another benefit is that the premium is very minimum, very friendly. It's a very small amount of money. By the time we get to the premium analysis page, you'll be able to understand what I'm saying. And of course, because it's a group, there will not be need for medical examination for the members. So the add-on to group life assurance is this group personal accident. This type of policy cover members for 24 hours. The members insured are protected irrespective of where and when an accident occurs. The benefit insured will be paid in the event of accident, resulting in total disability and medical expenses. What I'm saying, what this policy cover is, there may be accident that will not lead to death. So what happens? What happens in case of disability in one form or the other? This policy will compensate the member for any disability, though the disability level will be determined by medical experts. And there's a schedule, there's a table that will be attached to the policy that will state the level of percentage one can benefit depending on the level of disability. Let me give you an instance. For example, for somebody that had an accident that lost both arms, it's as good that that person, cannot do anything meaningful. So 100% will be paid to that person for this benefit. For somebody that lost probably one hand, he may not be able to get 100% since he still have the other hand. Probably, I don't know the level of, but the table will be attached and you'll be informed. They are stated in the policy document, and also the medical doctor can confirm degree or level of disability that will enable that person, that will determine the level of compensation that person will have. And of course, another benefit on group personal accident is medical expenses. For any accident, of course, some payment will be made to take care of that person. And depending on our level, the level of benefit we choose, the insurance company will pay up to the maximum amount you have chosen for this policy. So this is the premium, and this is the premium analysis here now. If, for instance, for group life assurance, if you have 1 million per member, the premium for that is 6,000 naira per annum per member. And for permanent disability, the premium for every 1 million per member is 2,000 naira. And for medical expenses of limit of 250,000, the premium is 2,000. So the total premium for this benefit, is 10,000 naira per annum per member. That is sum assured of life premium and sum assured of group life assurance 1 million, permanent disability 1 million, medical expenses 250,000. So the premium for this per annum per member is 10,000 naira. But the second option, if you choose 2 million naira, for group life premium per member is 12,000 naira. For permanent disability of 2 million, the premium is 4,000 naira. But for 250,000 for medical expenses, the premium is 2,000 naira, making a total of 18,000 naira per member per annum for this second option of benefits. The terms and conditions. One of the conditions of this policy is that the exit age will be 65 years. The moment any member attain age of 65, they may not be able to be accommodated in the policy again. Of course, we discussed with the insurance company in respect of this exit age, but we were told that if you give us the spread of your member, their age, you will be able to determine whether this policy can be extended to exit age of 70. So we are discussing with them. So the moment we have the list of your members and their age, they will be able to know whether they can extend the exit age to 70. I've already mentioned the premium to us. The policy will be a blanket policy with one renewal date. New entry can be accommodated anytime in the year. So what we are saying is that because it's a group policy, you only have one renewal date for everybody. Though, if you have any additional member, such member can be added to the policy and the insurance company will issue an endorsement to add such member. The requirement, we need the full names of members and their date of birth, and you should be able to let us have the proposed benefit. Like I mentioned, if it is 1 million for sum assured of group life, if it is 1 million for PG, permanent disability, and 250 for medical expenses, or if you want to go above that, let us have the benefit. So we'll be able to calculate the actual premium for you. And of course, we need your KYC document of the association. I'm talking of the certificate of registration, the article and memo of the association, and the insurance company will send a KYC form for you to fill. Claims requirement. For every claim, if there's any claim, you need to notify us in time for us to notify the insurance company. And there's a form you will need to fill, a claim form. On the completion of the claim form, you have to return the claim form with the following document: medical certificate of cause of death.
Mr. Mokyoja.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to butt in, but I think I will just, the claims requirement I think is secondary at this point, if I may say.
Okay.
So I'll just say that I'd like you to stop at that point so that we can take questions, if there are questions for you, and then we'll take it from there. I think that's fair enough.
Okay. So the other thing that can be, the policy can be extended to is critical illness. And we have talked to the insurance company too. They need your data, your information, the list of your member and the age, for them to be able to know if that critical illness could be accommodated or not, can be accommodated or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omokioja. Thank you so very, very much. We have questions on the floor for you. So, okay, Duni?
Yeah,
Duni?
good morning. My question is more to the House than to Mr. Shagu. I'm wondering why we are going to subscribe to individual insurance. It's a group thing. Okay. So my understanding was that each member would have a subscription. My understanding was that from the presentation. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. Okay. So what I'm asking is that, is there a way, and this is to you now, of the organization as it is paying a premium and registering each member as supposed to, as a group? Yes. So a group insurance. Okay, thank you.
Please go on, Julie.
Well, the difference is that, I mean, I'm sure, well, I don't want to say I'm sure, but I would imagine that each of us would have our own sort of private insurances and stuff like that. And I'm presuming this has come about because we said we've had an untimely death amongst us. So what my question is to say, as a group, can we have a pot of money we, if you like, put money into that would ensure that the families of, should any one of us have any eventuality, would be covered? So it's not necessarily, if you like, an insurance as an individual, but a group insurance that covers any eventualities that the group, that the EXCO committee, for example, can draw on in order to make payments as necessary to families. Is that clear? Thanks.
Thank you. Any other?
Okay, I've made a note of that. Or do we want to start discussing right away, or we just capture all the items, then we start discussing? I think we should capture all the items and then.
I think what we should do is questions for Mr. Mokioja, we take them right now so we can excuse him, and then we can now discuss the ones that have questions. I think that's good.
Okay.
So do you have questions for Mr. Mokioja?
I have a question. Can I go ahead? Hello? Hello? Can I go ahead with my question, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Morning,
go ahead, Tinoye.
Yes. Okay, so my question is, the insurance company is domiciled in Nigeria. We have members all over the world. How does it work out? That's what I want to understand. We have members all over the world, okay? So everybody will be registered as a member in Nigeria. So they'll be registered as deemed that they live in Nigeria. That is what I want to understand. Or they'll be registered as deemed that they live wherever they are. And in the unfortunate event of whatever, what then happened? That's my question.
Thank you, Tinoye. Mr. Mokioja, I hope you've noted that question so that you take all the questions in block. Do we have any other question for Mr. Mokioja? Ima, you could go ahead, please.
Good morning. I'd like to ask, because I heard you saying that any member reaching the age of 55 will be taken out of the, was it 65? I thought he said 55. And I'm thinking most of us are 55.
Most of us are out.
Yes. So that was my concern. Thank you.
Any other question, please? So I can let Mr. Mukherjee have the floor.
Okay, I have a last question. Let them in view of what the last speaker said.
Sorry, who's speaking,
so he
please?
said, I have another question in view of what the last speaker said.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So he had said that members that reach the age of 65 will be taken off. I want to understand then what happens to all their contribution in the event that something then happens. Because if they are now no more part of this insurance coverage, then that means that they get nothing. So just for him to confirm what happens to those members and what happens to their contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Tinoye. Any other question? Okay, Mr. Mukherjee.
I had a question. Hello.
Sorry, who's there?
This is for Luke Ogunsheye.
Hello? Foluke? Hello? Hello, ladies, online. Foluke, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, it was Nigeria that happened, please. We're sorry. We had a power outage, so Nigeria happened. So we're back online. Would want you to repeat your questions. And sorry, before you go ahead with your question, I would like to request that in case you can't speak with us, questions should be put in the chat box, please, not on the forum, because we won't be able to pick that right now and deal with it. So please put it in the chat room, please. Thank you. At least for this segment. Thank you.
Okay.
So
good morning, everybody. My question is basically this: if we are going for a group policy for a certain purpose, I mean, I understand the purpose is basically to help in terms of when one of us passes on and stuff like that. And if at 65 we are all dropping off, I'm just wondering what's the practicality of this. Is this just a 10-year solution? Because I expect that as the group gets older, more and more people will start going. So I would imagine we'll probably need it when we are getting older rather than now. So I'm just trying to understand what the rationale of taking out a policy that only covers us for 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Foluke. Any other questions, please? Any other question? On insurance, please. Okay, barring any questions, Mr. Mukherjee, can you please take the questions thrown at you, please?
Okay, thank you. So like I said, this policy is an annual renewable policy. It is renewable every year. So it is not an endowment policy that you take for a specific year that you have to, take a certain amount of money. It only covers death, not survival. It covers death and is to take care of the beneficiary. that is the deceased family, nothing more. So if you are talking about the exit age, the insurance company too, they want to safeguard their accounts, the portfolio, because the chances are, as we are getting older, we are getting nearer to our grave. And like I said, I've discussed with them, and they are ready to extend this exit age from 65 to 70, based on the list gotten from you. They want to know the number, the composition of the members, to know their age, and for them to be able to determine whether they can take it to 70 or not. So that takes care of that. And another thing we should have at the back of our mind, because from the question someone asked, like I said, this policy is renewable every year. It is not a policy that you have to, maybe if you run this policy for a numbers of years, something has to be given to you. No. It only covers deaths of any member during a particular year. If any member passes on, the insurance company will pay the association or the family, whichever way. The name you agree, the account, the association agree that the money should be paid to, they will do that. So, and on the issue of individual member, or this is a group insurance, I only gave the analysis of the premium to enable you know the premium each person will pay. So it not depends on you. The association can take it up to pay the whole premium for every member without recourse to member contributing the premium, or they can add it to your levy, to your subscription, to be paid. So it depends on you. Whatever you agree on, probably the association should take the money from the cost to take care of the premium, or the money will be shared among members. But it's a group insurance, it's not an individual insurance, it's for the group.
Okay, Mr. Mukyoja.
I don't know if there's any.
Yes, quick one. There's a part of the question that I think you answered halfway. There was the question about what happens with the contribution that person has put in if she becomes taken out of that group policies due to age. And I'm glad you even said something about moving that age, because we discussed it at your first presentation and you said you would get back to us.
Yes,
so I'm glad you already said that, and
yes.
we're working on moving it from 7 to 70 or to 75. Yeah. So that's good. But so what happens, let's assume it's even 70 or 75. What happens when that person gets to that age and gets taken off? Does that mean that I have done dash to the insurance company for 20 years? No. So I just want you to explain that to us, right? So we all know exactly what happens.
No, I've already answered the question. You are not entitled to anything. That's what I said. This insurance covers death. It's only when death arises that they will pay the association. It's not a kind of endowment policy. It's not an endowment policy. We have whole life. In life, we have endowments. If whole life is renewable every year, and if nothing happens that year, you are entitled to nothing. So let us take the question this way. If we have one member now, one member pay 10,000 naira. What if something happens, which is 1 million naira? What happened? The insurance company will pay that 1 million naira without any recourse to ask you to come and add to that money to make it up to 1 million naira. So that is what happens. You know, the fact that it's not happening to you, it may be happening to, it's a pool of fund. Insurance is a pool of fund. If you are not claiming, if your association is not claiming, there are some other people who are claiming. So they are pulling this fund together. They are only managing this fund for the enrollee. So some people are making claims in other association, in other company, in other, in the portfolio.
All right.
So you are not entitled to anything if nothing's happened.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mokyoja. I think that will be all, ladies. Thank you, Mr. Mokyoja. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am.
No. Thank you, Mr. Mokyoja. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. You can exit. Thank you, sir.
We are grateful. Thanks for the opportunity to present ourselves to you and to showcase our service. Thank you.
All right, sir. Bye-bye, sir.
Toyosi, I'm not sure if he answered the question about those of us that are not domiciled in Nigeria.
Ah, that's true. It's for him. Let him answer.
No,
Mr. Mokyoja, can you answer that? Those not domiciled in Nigeria.
They are covered too. They are covered. It's going to be a worldwide policy.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Mokyoja. I think we've had that. We are covered wherever you are in the world. It's a group insurance policy. As long as you're a member of the group, wherever you are in the world, you get your own part of it. Thank you, Mr. Mokyoja.
You're welcome, man. Thank you, man. Thank you all.
Okay. So the thing is, I think there's a part of that international membership of the scheme. You're going to be, like we just heard here, we're paying the premium in Naira. So eventually, if it does happen that they need to pay the sum assured, it's going to be paid in Naira as well. That's it. Thank you. So we need to come down to the questions that were, other questions that are asked, because those questions are to us, not to the insurance company. And one was asked by Juni about points of putting money aside by the association to, what's this?
Versus members subscribe. So Juni wanted to know, rather than have members subscribe for this policy, because people might have other things they're subscribing to, so other insurance, why doesn't the association put a pot of money aside for this purpose each year?
If I may quickly respond to that, one of the things that came up is while we were at the meeting talking about this, we even went as far as talking about us setting up that trust fund ourselves and running it and then being able to. Now, the challenge for starters is, how much do we have? We are paying 10,000 naira as it were, as annual dues, which we use for other things. So how much are we will be able to, will we be able to set aside for that? That is, if something happens in the nearest future, we won't be able to take care of it. So that's why the insurance company is better for us now. If we decide to go that route, they can bring out that chunk of money to deal with it, which we cannot do. That is one part of it.
Let me also clarify, in addition to what she said. I think what you actually want is for the association to put down the premium every year. The truth is, okay, it's putting down the bulk.
So yeah, that's it. So I think that's basically what she asked, and I've answered that. So that's what we looked at, and that's why we felt that in the immediate future, it's better to put the responsibility or the pressure of bringing out that bulk sum on an insurance company. As we grow, there is the likelihood we might not be here as the executives then. We might end up having our own trust fund where we can put that money into and then be able to take money out. In short, if you ask me, I think we've discussed it at the ESCO, that that fund becomes something that we can also invest and get some income on. But right now, it's not something we have the muscle to do. So that is that. Then the other question.
My president, can I say something on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Move on. Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Queens. Um, my question, it's not even a question. I just wanted to give us an advice. The truth is that there is no money to insurance money that you can regain. The other option we have is that we look at it that, okay, we want to do an endowment, and we go out of a way to have a luncheon or something for this, look for money and start this endowment fund. People, even members can contribute towards that. And we have that fund managed by us, not the treasurer. We must have a committee that will manage this. This is what the other way around.
Please, I have a question. I have my hands raised, please. This is for Luke Ogusheya again.
Foluke, can you hold on a second?
Okay,
online. Foluke, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say that whilst we are talking about these issues, I think maybe another issue is to also revisit the amount we are contributing as dues. I know that we are not all equal, please. So for my sisters here, please do not take it personally at all. That's not what I'm saying. We are not all equal. I think we also need to revisit how much we are paying as annual dues.
Thank you for looking. I actually think that is one of the things we're going to be discussing today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, afternoon now, everybody. So, two questions I wanted to ask. This insurance policy thing, is it up for debate? That's the first one. So, is it up for debate? Should we buy into it? If you ask me, I would say no. We shouldn't buy into it. And I'll give you my reasons for saying that. I more support an endowment fund like Morenike has suggested. And that is because at the end of the day, if we have an endowment fund managed by us, the money is kept by us, and if nothing happens and we reach a certain age, we have the money kept somewhere, and we would be able to, hopefully your money would grow, we will be able to get something at the end of the day. Maybe the quit age will be 70, but when we're 70 and you have paid consistently into the endowment fund, when you're exiting, there would be some sort of payment made to you. For me, that is the best way forward. Now, and I'm just saying, I'm sort of giving you the reasons why I think we should go one way or another. If we don't go down the line of the endowment fund, we need to look, and there is no time that you talk about death that it's not morbid, but we need to look at our set. God has been extremely gracious to us, and we need to look at incidences. So in the past 40 years, 39 and a half years or so, to God be the glory, we have not lost too many people in our midst. We have lost 4 people in our midst. Supposing we had been paying for the past, 5 people. I just got a shock about Yemi Ogungbile. When we were praying, it was a rude shock to me because I didn't know. So we have lost 5 of our classmates. But if you think that if we started paying this insurance 40 years ago, the insurance company would be big and fat on our payments, and at the end of the day, nothing would have happened. Also to say that we're a very, very, very responsive and responsible class set. When anything happens, the 1 million that they were going to pay out, we raised double the amount when something happened recently without an endowment fund. Sorry to also bring this up. When Biola Adeshino had a problem, an issue, we were quick to rise to support each other. These things are far and few between, and we have actually got up and we have supported each other. Whether that's the way to go, whether that's not the way to go, it's something we really need to think about. But I'm not happy to dole out money to insurance company that I'm not gonna, that we can't get anything from. Thank you.
Thank you, Bomi. Juni has a question. Can we please, has something to say, please?
Hi again. Sorry, I don't mean to be a hogger of, and I'm not a talker, as most of you know. But anyway, while we're on the subject, I partly support what Bomi is saying. But what I'm after, which was the point I was trying to make, is that we should not rely on people's, if you like, favors or graces or what your pocket is saying today or tomorrow. Why I said that it may be useful to have, and this is aside from the dues we pay, maybe there's a levy in terms of having a pot that we're creating. Well, I don't know the terminology. I'm talking in layperson's term. I'm not an insurance person. I'm just saying, as I understand it, a kitty, basically, where we're individually contributing. I don't know. I'm not plucking figures out of the air. I'll leave it to the finance people to work it out. But we're at a stage, or we're at stages in our lives where, yeah, eventualities will happen. Let's just be realistic and call a spade. So, which is the point I was making about insurance versus having a pot set aside for, what do they call it, like contingencies, as it were. So so that we're contributing something to that, so that if one of us is in need, we can draw from that pot. So not then, as you use the word, cap in hand, or every time something happens, there's an assurance that, okay, from that pot of money, we can make whatever contributions to that person's family or to that person.
So I think what Duni was saying is similar to what Morenike suggested as an endowment fund. There's also a trust fund which we've been tasked to look at, and we're going to speak. Sumba may be able to speak on that later on, but I think they're different things. So a line between a trust fund and an endowment fund is what I think Duni is suggesting. Folake would like to say something.
Thank you, Bomi. Thank you, Duni. Folake? Okay, quick one. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I know we all probably belong to other associations apart from this. And I want to take a lead from one of the associations I belong to. What we do is in the dues, we have incorporated what we call the benevolent fund. So, yes, that's what we call it. So, like, I'm not putting the figures out on the table here. I'm just making an example. Like, if our dues either to had been like 10,000, we raise it to like 15,000, and we know that the 5,000 goes into the benevolent cost. And so when things like this happen, we already have stated amounts that we give out to, even when it's not a member, maybe it's for a CSR or something, we draw from that benevolent fund. So even in the banks, the account for benevolent fund is different from the purse of the association. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Folake. All right, thank you. Was all and clear. Do we have anyone online, please, that has anything else to say on this issue? So I'm going to seize the moment. I like the tempo of this now, so that we don't have to come back onto this issue. I want us to make a decision right now. Okay? Yes, here. So I want us to decide if we want to go the insurance route or we want to go the fund route. Because we need to be careful. And Foluke said something. Another thing that Foluke said, which we need to have at the back of our minds, which is part of the challenges we have on this side of the table, is the dues, the amounts we pay as dues. What we need to know is that, I'm sorry I'm saying this, and just like Foluke said, I'm going to hide behind it doesn't mean that fingers are equal. We know it's not equal. We know that we don't have the same pulses. But the thing is, there's some standards that we need to put down for us to be able to achieve certain things. So, after that, yes. So what I'm saying in effect is this: we need to agree where we're going now. This is time we've had as many of us physically and online since we've been together, and I'm so excited. So we need to take decisions, pam, 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 and move on. So house, what do we want to do? Do we want to do the insurance or endowment fund? So we're going to throw this into a vote. The name is, right now, the name is not the issue. What we have is that we're doing a fund that we will manage by ourselves. Let's put it in layman's terms. So instead that we're doing an insurance fund, insurance premium, whatever thing, which is external, or we're doing a fund which is internal, which we will control ourselves. And like I said, even before Morenike came with the word endowment, I said something we even thought about was that money, we can invest it and make more money. And all that money still goes back into that fund. So it makes it grow in bits. Yes. So it becomes a fat place where we can reap from. So ladies, no gentlemen. Morenike made that mistake. The gentlemen here, we can send them out. So show of hands online. If you want, I think we have
Can I say something? Seriously.
Sorry, who's there?
That's Sumbo.
Hey, my able vice. Eh? Okay, go ahead, Sumbo.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It's a long day, okay, yeah, and you all look beautiful. I just want to just chip in one thing. Like when we did we had to constitute a constitution review committee, and finance was one of the things that we actually reviewed, talked about, that we digested it, and we examined all areas, and we came to a conclusion. And we decided that apart from the annual dues, that we're supposed to have a trust fund, stroke welfare fund.
Sorry, Sumbo.
Where we can.
Sorry, Sumbo. Sorry to cut you short, but we'll get to that item. So you don't need to talk in details about it now.
No. I just want to draw something out of it.
Okay.
That we're talking about endowment and insurance. Now we already have this. Are we going to have another endowment fund apart from that, or we're going to merge everything into one account so that it doesn't become a burden on people? Having to give. I know that some people can give more than others, but I'm just thinking about that aspect where it becomes a burden. Like there's too much money being asked. People have responsibilities. They have families and other expenses. So that's why I have to bring that up. That before we vote on endowment, we already have discussed about trust fund and welfare fund. So, are we going to have another endowment apart from that, or we can merge them and have a separate account for that?
Sumbo, bless you for bringing that up. That is fantastic. Everything collapsed into that. What we will now have to do going forward is break it down into what and what comes out as at when. So that takes care of the part we are pushing under insurance and the part you want to. And it's like I'm talking to her. So if I don't see her, it looks like I'm not. Do you understand? When you're talking to someone, you want to see, God bless you. Let me see her. So Sumba Jari, God bless you and your team for that. By the way, Sumba is the vice chair and she's the head of the Constitution Review Committee, which we will still get to. They have a lot of things that they've put down for us that we're going to review as it affects us. So I said, thank you for that. What we're going to do, it's one trust fund, and that fund gets put aside, and then we can now put, A, B, C, D that goes under it. So that's it. So that's the reason why I want us to take this funding thing. Sumbo, do you get me? Hello, Sumbo.
Yeah, I do.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, ladies, once again, I want us to move quickly because it looks like we're not moving as fast as we planned to. Although it is critical that we deal with things like this. This is things that affect us. So, what do we do, ladies? Do we going to be here, but unfortunately, she has an event that she's supposed to be in between 10 and 2. But she still came here to honor us. So the Lord will honor you, ma. The Lord will be with you, and the Lord will guide and protect all that is yours. Eshegoni Adukema. So she came here today to honor us, but she has to leave. And she will be able to make other events. She would have loved to be with us for dinner, but she says, yes, we'll take a photograph with her before she leaves. Our environment, I think there's a lockdown in our area in the evening, so she won't be able to come out and then go back home. So I'll please implore all of us, let's have a group picture with her before she leaves. We'll stay here. So while we are thinking about those who, what we want to do about the fund, please. So 2 minutes. People online, you can take a picture of yourself while we're at it. Hello, the ladies online, can you please cast your votes for insurance or the fund? No, that's what we're saying. The insurance or the fund. Please. No, cast the vote. Please, can you cast your vote online in the chat box? Can you please say if it's insurance or the fund that we want? Thank you. Hello, ladies. Can we please sit? We have a little challenge here. We seem to be taking a lot longer than we anticipated, but I think we're taking the time for a good reason. So having said that, I'm going to jump, after this vote, I'm going to jump activities. We are going to take an event that's supposed to be in the seminar. We are bringing it right now. And what is that? We have a competition. One house, please. We have a competition for students of our alma mater. They've brought submitted entries. They were supposed to be here for 12, and they got here before 12. And we've kept them out in the sun. So we need to listen. Hello, house. So please, ladies, can we sit? One house. So I'm going to bring the ladies in, the girls in. Immediately we finish with this vote that we want to do on the insurance or the fund thing. And then we'll take their presentation. We award them what we want to award them. And then we know that is done. So we can stay here till evening. Thank you so much, ladies, for being understanding. So let me take our votes, please. Can we please sit? I'll need to take our votes. Where's the secretary? Okay. I'll need Kike to do vote. Can we, where's everybody, please? Okay, please. Online, how many do we have online? What do we have? I have 7 members online. So we have 7 votes from there. Please, in-house here, if we want, we will take it. We will calculate it. Six has voted. Sorry, we need one more vote online. We have 6 votes in. We need the 7th vote.
So the 7th vote is actually media. So it's not one of us. It's QSI media.
Oh, don't mind me. Sorry. So everybody has voted. So for those of us present here, I would like show of hands. I think it's just as simple as that. Show of, well, Sumba has voted. They said all 6 of them they voted. So that's the reason. So please, I want show of hands. We need to move forward. Show of hands. Do we want the fund or do we want insurance policy? No, they said for what are they voting? So I said for insurance. That's what I said. Hold on, please. You asked me what are you voting for. I said it's for the insurance or the fund. So I will now call which one first. So if we are voting for the fund, can we please raise up our hands, please? The secretary. So please, can we raise our hands, please? Kemi, are you voting? Okay. Shadi, are you voting for the fund? Or do you want... Okay, sorry. Kike, can you please count, please? And I think it's a landslide. No. We need to count the ones online. No, one thing with 5 for funds. So it's a landslide, house. The fund has won the day. Thank you very much, ladies. Having said that, I want us to go ahead with the presentation from the girls. There's just 2 of them. And you can bring chairs in for us. It was supposed to... Maybe while we're...
I just got a message from BC Loye just now.
Oh, they should be able to put it in the chat. They should be able to put it in the chat on the on YouTube.
lived happily ever after. So, 39 years out of Queen's School. For some of us, yesterday was the first time we came back in a long time. For some of us, we're old enough to be your grandmas. For some of us, it was, were we this tiny? Were we ever this tiny? So, bittersweet to see you guys. We were this tiny. We had 12 entries. Can anybody remember what the question was for the competition? What do you all remember? So I'm going to pick the nice young lady there. What's your name? Badejo.
My name is Badejo Luwadamlola. SS2. Yes, ma'am.
Form 5. I won't SS anything. Okay. So while this is going on, you are in SS2. Congratulations. And when do you take your GCE? Okay. So what was the question, young lady?
The topic was, what does breaking the bias means to a girl child in secondary school Nigeria?
Fantastic. Thank you. That was the question. And you guys did an awesome job responding. Your entries were all very fascinating. And your use of social media, not social media, multimedia was very, very entertaining. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of all the young ladies over here, we appreciated listening to you. Before we go on, I want to recognize and appreciate your teachers. Could you pass the mic, please?
Mrs. Oluremi Fawole.
Mrs. Fawole, thank you very much. What do you teach?
I teach English and literature in English.
Oh, so you are the reason for all of this. Eshe Ekushe Goni. And the other lady?
Mrs. Isawe Abosede.
Mrs. Isawe?
Isawe Abosede.
Abosede. And
I teach English language.
As well. Fantastic. Thank you very much, ladies. Can you please give the English teachers a round of applause? We will download all the 12 entries onto our forum as the year goes by, so you get a taste of what it is that 4 or 5 of us got to review. They were all great entries. I'm sure the teachers saw them too. If you had to grade, no, never mind. No. We had to grade, so we had the pleasure. So we'll start with number 3 entry, and they're going to project that. Okay, so all of you were winners. Okay? But we had the difficult task of picking only 3. And it was difficult. Malaki, are you here? Was it difficult or not? Extremely. It was extremely difficult. So sincerely from us to you, bravo. Hear from me. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It was very good. So the 3rd position have, are they ready to play the 3rd? So it needs 5 minutes to download. Okay. All right. I'm a Latikpa. Anybody in diaspora or online has a nice a lot to tell us? Anybody? A riddle, a law, something. No. Okay, any of you guys have a good allo or riddle? Do you know what allo is? Yes? Okay, anyone have a good one? Someone who isn't shy that can just take the mic and tell us a little story while we're downloading. No? No. If I pick someone and they don't have anything to say, it looks like somebody has. Someone is taking their picture. No, she's taking a picture on your Instagram, Joe. Yeah, one brave person. Okay, I will start picking words and your teachers know that I have a dictionary and you have to tell me the meaning. Do we want to do that instead? English teachers, should I start picking words and throwing it at them? Is that the route we want to go? Anybody have a good word they can give us? Then we'll enthusiasm. Definition, quick. Take your Instagram and your social media and quickly. What is the meaning of enthusiasm? No, they shouldn't. You know, that is the administrator, their teacher. She said, nope. Okay, who's got it? Who's got it? Who's got it? This young lady, come on up, sweetheart. She'll tell us when she gets here. Come here. What's your name, sweetie?
My name is Ajadi Iretomiwa.
Ajadi Iretomiwa. Wow. Ajadi is the last name. So you go last name, first name. Okay, I'll call you Iretomiwa. Is that okay? Okay, what does enthusiasm mean?
Enthusiasm means when you're eager about something, when you're excited about something. When you're eager or excited about something.
Did you guys hear her? When you're eager or excited about something. Is that the right definition? Okay, thank you. Very good. Well done. Give us another word. I bet if you get back. One more. Oh, the videographer just threw us one. Depict. What does it mean? Depict. Me. Depict. Oh, Depict. Depict. Come on up. What is your name?
My name is Onoiga Deborah.
Onoiga Deborah. Deborah, right? What is
to find out about something, to show, to find out about something.
Depict, to show something, right? Right. Okay. Thank you very much. That was a good one. Very. Thank you. My English teacher will be ashamed right now. Okay. Anybody else? Another word. Quintessential, she said. Me, I can't even spell that one, no? Okay. Somebody else. Impromptu, she said. It went up fast. Come on. Impromptu. She brought her own Michael.
My name is Toshola Tofumi.
Oluwatofumi.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Impromptu means something you did not plan for. Something you did not plan for.
Very good. Just happened. Very good. Any more? I have 2 minutes. They are checking their own dictionary to come up with words to you. How about adorn? Adorn. Adorn. That's my dictionary over there. Adorn. Have you answered one before? Okay, come on up. This thing, we're running out of words.
My name is Adeleye Ayomide.
Ayomide. Okay.
Adon means to beautify.
To beautify. Beautify. Are you guys digging in dictionaries? Are you say, okay? We're going to pick someone else. Have you answered one? Oh yeah. What's your name?
My name is Alon Oluwaseyi.
Oluwaseyi.
Gullible means very stupid.
Very or just stupid? Because that very was kind of harsh. Another one. Throw another one out there. Letters. Ah. It's not too big for them. Even this is vouching for them. He said, okay, this young Sisi in Pinafore can tell us. So yeah, what's your name?
My name is Aluko Atinuke.
Atinuke Aluko. What does catastrophe mean?
Disaster or problem.
Disaster, she said. Very good. Oh, sarcastic. I see three hands. The little girl in the back, in the pinafore, and the fila. Are you going to go for it? No, she said no. Who has not answered the question and wants to try? She's answered the question. Stop being sarcastic and give me another one. Eloquent. Y'all very eloquent. More eloquent. Eloquent, no, eloquent. Eloquent. An eloquent speech. Yes, Sisi Kekere, come on. Yeah. Come on, sweetheart. She can even do it very eloquently. All right, sweetheart, what's your name?
Ademeye Oreoluwa.
Oreoluwa, look at your auntie there, your grandma. Yeah?
Eloquent is when you speak fluently.
Very good. She's coming to hug you. I think that means you did it right, too. Oreoluwa. Thank you, ladies. Okay, we have entertained ourselves enough. Are you ready? Drop number 3. Please drop number 3.
Everyone, my name is Ademiri Oluwa. I'm here to enlighten people more on the topic breaking the barriers of a girl child in secondary school. Permit me to start with a quote by Kimberly Spencer. She said, "Freedom is in you, it is your choice to unlock it." Now, I would like to ask, what is bias? Bias is the tendency to prefer one person or thing to another, or to favor that person or thing. So, what does breaking the bias mean? Breaking the bias means when people become more aware of our conscious and unconscious biases and being willing to ask ourselves questions and self others. It means speaking up for change. It means being willing to think differently, act differently, and promote differently. When a girl child is trying to break some of these biases in life, some factors hinder her from breaking it, and one of the most important factors is gender discrimination. Gender discrimination impacts millions of boys and girls in society, denying them of basic human rights like education and income equality. Gender discrimination makes the opposite gender to feel less and unwanted. In most cases, this happens to females because of the general mentality that they are less and weak. But what people do not understand is that feminism isn't about making women stronger. Women are already strong. It's about changing the world the way we perceive their strength. Another challenge that girls face is cultural and traditional limitations. Cultural and traditional practices are harmful to women's health. They cause material differences. They create the duress situation of women being viewed as being available for the benefit of men. They create stereotypical masculinity and femininity, which hampers women's equal rights. Poverty also hinders girls from breaking biases. Poverty is the most important factor that determines whether or not a girl can access education. Illiteracy. In spite of the fact that people are aware of the importance of literacy, there is a gender gap. Parents are still reluctant to send their female child to school. Some of the biggest factors that girls face is sexism, racism, lack of respect for caregiving. Sexism is a general belief based on the idea that most people, especially women, are inferior because of their sex. Racism. Racism is also known as racialism. Racism is the belief that humans can be divided into separate and exclusive biological phenotypes known as race, that there is a causal link between inherited physical traits and traits of personality, intellect, and morality with other cultural and behavioral features. Some of the ways to help girls break these biases is number one, celebrate girls' strong identity. Let them know that love and respect starts with them by exercising self-love and self-care, like the International Women's Day that took place March 8th. It makes women to understand. It makes women to understand that they mean something in the society and not to feel less. Number two, respect girls as central players. Respecting girls is one of the basic rules in life that everybody must follow. Let a girl have a place because as you provide the foundation for her, she provides a foundation for you. Let's respect women, everyone. Let's respect men and women for the value they bring to the workplace. Number three, connect girls to caring adults. Caring adults play an important role in building strong relationships with girls, which facilitates connection to their school. Strong family relationship help a girl towards a long way to help them grow into a well-adjusted and well-considerate child. Number four, ensure girls' participation and success. Another way to help your child grow is to provide her with job-relevant skills that employers actually demand. It is important to connect girls with successful women in STEM careers, reaching out for female STEM mentors. Reaching out for female STEM mentors. They earn higher income, they participate in decisions that mostly affect them, and most especially, they build better future for themselves. Number five, empower girls to realize their dream. Let them know that following their dream is about visualizing them to come true and taking steps that makes it come true. I hope everyone has been enlightened more on this topic, and my advice for all girls is to be happy, have fun, be kind to your body and heart, know what to let go of. You are in charge of your own body. Earning your own money will give you a sense of pride, but do not spend every income. I would like every girl to know that they have their prestige. Prestige is that widespread respect and admiration felt for something or someone based on the biases of the perception on their qualities. Prestige is the widespread respect and admiration felt for something or someone on the basis of the perception of their achievement or quality. Prestige Prestige is that respect and admiration given to you, usually because of your reputation for high quality, success, and social influence. Make everyone understand that you are above everyone else's social class and you are too good for everyone. Prestige is that authority, credit, influence that you have that no one else can take from you. You are a girl child because you have a purpose, and that purpose is to be great. You can achieve the unachievable. You are a soldier without uniform. You are the very essence of life. You are the beauty of the universe. You are the greatest of everything living. You are good. You are the best. You are important. You have maturity. What a boy can do, you can do greater. You know why? Because you are the reason for the continuity of every generation. And without you, there is no procreation. To you, women of honor, respect, I would love to tell you to always believe in yourself. Thank you.
What's your name?
Ademayarolua.
So when we put this competition together, we were told to JSS smaller and JSS bigger, and with this SS bigger, we decided to go with the group. We thought the younger ones were just as smart as the older ones, and we shouldn't no ageism. You forgot ageism in your isms. Surprised when we looked through them that the young were shining as bright as the older ones. So this is a sample of one of the younger ones. So ours was chosen as the third. Are we ready to see the second? Can you please drop the second? You can sit down for right now, sweetheart. Ready?
Breaking the bias for me, Aluko Orolua Deborah, a secondary school girl of Queen School, Ibadan, Nigeria, means to disregard every feelings that is not based on a fair judgment regarding secondary school girls. Breaking the bias. Breaking the bias for me, Aluko Orolua Deborah, a secondary school girl of Queen School, Ibadan, Nigeria, means to disregard every feelings that is not based on a fair judgment regarding secondary school girls. Breaking the bias means to ensure equity between secondary school girls and boys by making sure a secondary school girl has equal opportunity as a secondary school boy in education, freedom in sporting participation, career selection, social freedom, and so much more. Breaking the bias also means to provide empowerment through encouragement and support to secondary school girls so we can build our self-confidence, believing we have no limitations due to our gender status and can become whatever we desire to be. Breaking the bias also means to provide education to secondary school girls. Secondary school girls, like secondary school boys, have the right to education, skill acquisition, the right to choose, and self-actualization. With education, we will break the shell of ignorance and open that of self-discovery. Breaking the bias also means to stop all forms of prejudice directed at secondary school girls. Prejudice directed at secondary school girls are career choice stigma, mixed school prefect post choice stigma, sporting participation choice stigma, and other gender-based choice stigma. Breaking the bias also means to pass a bill especially to support and sponsor every girl child up to tertiary institution and to attain high level of social and political levels. Breaking the bias also means to disregard every feeling. Made a mistake. Breaking the bias also means to stop all forms of prejudice directed at secondary school girls. Prejudice directed at secondary school girls are preferential sponsoring of secondary school boys to secondary school girls, engaging secondary school girls in more house chores than secondary school boys, discouraging secondary school girls in aspiring for a high professional career than secondary school boys. Let's join hands.
So there is one Orodua here, and just know she did not get to judge at all. So I don't know how five of us came up with two Oroduas. Yeah. What's your name? I think this Ora is about to cry. This Ora is about to cry, you Ora. Ora, oh. Babo. This one is about to move. Yeah, oh. She's getting emotional. You one. Yeah. Oh, are you surprised you won? Why? It was good. She's surprised you won. You did good, honey. You should be proud of yourself. We are proud of you. Go, Laura, go. What class are you in? GSS 2. You're so sweet. You did good. Okay. 2. And then there's no answer already. Okay, can we drop number 1, please? The winning entry.
My heart pains badly when I say this sadly. And why are you still sitting in the four walls of your house while all this happens? Bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. Does it really suit our country, Nigeria? A country that I know that there is no greater pillar of stability than a strong, free, and an educated woman, said by Angelina Jolie. My name is Badejolu Adamilola, a student from the senior secondary school 2, and I'll be talking about the topic which says, what does breaking the bias mean to a girl child in secondary school Nigeria? Before I proceed, it is necessary to define the key term for better understanding of the topic. Gender bias can be defined as a perception one holds for a certain gender. The people do it unconsciously or sometimes consciously. What does it mean to break the bias? It means a conscious effort by everyone to remove, stop, and erase all manner of inclination or prejudice for or against an individual or group of people, especially in a way considered to be unfair and discriminatory. Across the history, it has been seen that women are being neglected, be it education or labor. The position of women have always been lower in comparison to that of men. When you look at some aspect of our society, you would see that women have a unique role. Gender bias in Nigeria is influenced by different cultures and beliefs in most parts of Nigeria. When we empower a girl, they can live their lives freely. And moreover, gender inequality results to not letting girls speak out their mind. Ultimately, it hampers and comprises their future. Gender bias. Gender bias, I say again, causes a girl great harm. It causes a wound and a scar that she will live all her life to remember. A girl is never free around her community and her society. Ignorant people partake in gender discrimination towards girls. Looking at our home, where they say education means nothing to girls, they have the mindset that every girl ends up in the kitchen, believing that they shouldn't be offered opportunity to access education. And when some girls are chanced to be among the working ones, they are denied a specific occupation, such as engineering, soldier, and lots more. They would say these occupations are meant for boys. And to the school setting, most especially in a new school full of boys and girls that are capable. But boys are always made the head and the leader in everything. They aren't giving girls the opportunity to show their strong identity and showcase their strength. Moving on to governance and politics. As women get equality and educated, they tend to direct towards transformation and build more powerful society. Women leadership in government also becomes more prevalent, and when women lead, women tend to push for more impartial government. Everybody in the whole world believes that a woman isn't in a position to lead. But I say to you, a woman can rule the world. She's not just a girl. She's more than a gender. She's not an excuse or a mistake. Your identity is not a burden, it's your makeup. You can change the status. Girls are being with emotion, with a voice that wants to be heard, and a story that needs to be shared. Lina Kali once said, a strong woman will look a challenge in the eye and give it a wink. So, in terms of gender inequality, Nigeria has a lot of gaps that we need to sit up and address. Government and public should do everything within the power to increase the number of girls in our school. We need the world to celebrate a girl's strong identity. Respect girls as a central player. Empower girls in fulfilling their dreams. This gives them a chance to be strong in severe positions and be identified as a powerful value in the society. It gives her higher courage to make decisions that can change lives. W.E.B. Du Bois said that there is no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise. People make mistakes of gender inequality for equality of right. No, all we are saying is that woman's right is also human's right and should be recognized as such. And the fact that both genders have been given equal rights by the Constitution. And once a girl have and enjoy her right, it doesn't deprive men of enjoying theirs. Stating G.D. Anderson words, feminism isn't about making women stronger. We are already strong. It is about changing the way the world perceives our strength. And some will still say, how does breaking gender inequality be beneficial to the society? Gender equality brings about prevention of violence against girls and prevent them from being a victim of social and religious beliefs, such as early marriage, child morality, and also of the 163 million illiterates, 63% of them are girls. Propping up literacy rates will bring about income potential to the government. Why don't you imagine a gender equal world? A world that is free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. A world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive. Collectively, we can all break the bias, breaking the bias today for a sustainable tomorrow. Paulette Wedding said, and I quote, girls out there, the key is you. It is okay if you fall down and lose a spark, but make sure that when you get back up, you rise up as the old them fire. Life is tough, but my dear, so I am. Women are strong and capable, but powerful and deserve to be heard. In a world that tells you to be lesser than yourself, I want to tell you to spread your wings. You're an eagle, see more, and fly high. Till we meet again, I remain Badi Jolua Damilola. But before I go, I would like to leave you with Desmond Tutu's words. And I want everybody in the universe to know that if you really want to see a real development in our country, Nigeria, then our best investment is women.
Right here, stand right here. And then the top three more, all of you come up, introduce yourself, tell me what class you're in, and these lovely ladies will give you a participation prize. We decided, should I tell everybody what these prizes are, or should I tell just them? So each of the girls that participated are going to get 5,000 naira a piece. Every one of you will get 5,000 naira a piece with a piece of their crack. Every single girl that participated. So you come up, tell us your name. They'll give you your prize, okay?
My name is Alukwa Tinuke.
Did we not know? Volunteer. So this is Mrs. Patade. Okay. Mrs. Patade. And a piece of akra. You're going to get a piece of akra. Quick. Next girl. Come on, come on. We're running out of time.
My name is Agbita Praise.
Praise. Oh, remember your video. Congratulations. Next young lady.
My name is Ajadi Retomiwa.
Next girl. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah.
My name is Adelea Yomide.
Congratulations. Next girl.
My name is Alonwole Oluwase. Alonwole Oluwase.
Oluwaseyi. Please clap for them. They did a good job, all of them. Congratulations. Thank you. Next girl.
My name is Omotosho Oluwatofunmi.
Omotosho Oluwatofunmi. Congratulations. Thank you. Next young lady. Yes, come on.
My name is Onoiga Deborah.
Congratulations. Yeah, you did well. Congratulations. Next young lady.
My name is William Titilope.
Congratulations. Okay, next lady.
My name is Olorunda Pleasure.
Congratulations. So the third prize winner is Oreoluwa Ademileyin. Third Ademileyin, sorry. Oreoluwa Ademileyin. This way. The third prize winner gets 20,000 naira. The second prize winner is Oreoluwa Aluko. Oreoluwa Aluko. Yeah, she gets 30,000 naira. And the first prize winner, Ademilola Badejo, I'm sorry. Ademilola Badejo. Oluwadamilola, I'm sorry. Gets 50,000 naira. She's the first person. So we encourage you guys, we appreciate you guys, and we're proud of all of you. Keep doing what you're doing, especially to the teachers. Keep doing what you're doing. I know the refrain is the schools are awful and the kids aren't learning, but we saw quality work and we saw quality effort. So well done and thank you. Can the teachers take pictures with the girls?
I would like to appreciate the teachers because you've done an awesome job. Just like the social secretary said, we had the challenge or the initial thought of just breaking this into two, having the junior classes and the senior classes. But the principal mentioned something that tripped me. And she said some of the small ones are so bright. And that is obvious today for two of them to have won the second and third prizes. And then sorry, what class is our winner? SS2. Oh, so getting ready for what? All right then. So all the best to all of you in the future endeavor. But I'd like to appreciate you, Madam. Yeah, your name again, please. Mrs. Fawoli Olureni. On behalf of QSI, class of 83, I'd like to give you that for coming and for bringing up these kids appropriately. And then Mrs. Isawe Abosede. Thank you so very much, madam. Thank you very much. And girls, God bless you. Thank you.
Joro me, I want you to love me. Joro me, baby. Joro me, joro. Kilo de, why you know they call me? Kilo de, baby. Kilo de, joro. I dey give you signal, why you know they see me out? Joro me, I give you green light to fire. Joro me, joro. I'm a kilo babu, yeah, you know they fumble. I go shoot my shot to your joro. So joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. So you can call me later. Sister, please wait. I wanna talk to you all day. I say, tell me what do you want? Make it not be like say I to the front. He said it's only gonna take 1 second. He gonna ask me stupid question. Have I met you before? Is your brother Paul? Did you go to my school? 'Cause I recognize you. Do you live next door? Does your daddy play football? Girl, I cannot lie for you. I swear I recognize you. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't be, I know me fool. Maybe me need your question. You see your style is just not cool. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't be, I know me fool. I won't pay you no attention. So maybe me need your question. I saw you see me for movies one night. He gonna look me like say he won't swallow me. He say, sister, you look nice. Don't be offended, oh, okay. What's the name of the movie? She not tragedy, I mean a comedy. Is the guy gonna die? Or they gonna fight? Did you come alive? I think I saw you with another chick. Would catch the bad guy.
Ohun tó bá dára kó rà fọ́mọ rẹ̀. 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 Tó bá lógún ẹrú, bóyá wọ̀ fún mẹ́fà. Tó bá lógún ẹrú, bóyá wọ̀ fún ọgbọ̀n. Ìjọ tó bá kú o, ọmọ làlẹ́. Bàbá
Maybe me need your question. I know me don't be, I know me fool. Maybe me need your question. You see your style is just not cool. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't be, I know me fool. I won't pay you no attention. So maybe me need your question. Oh, baby, brother. Mama, give me a Joshi. Maybe me need your question. You say you want to marry me. You say you like my quality. Oh, maybe me a Joshi. Maybe me need your question. Je parle de chérie, you know the show, you know the flow. Oh, to me a Joshi. Maybe me need your question. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't be, I know me fool. Maybe me need your question. You see your style is just not cool. Maybe me need your question. I know me don't be, I know me fool. I won't pay you no attention. So maybe me need your question.
Hello, ladies. Please, can we get back to the groove of things? We had to do that so that the girls could leave. The program was extending, our decision making and everything was extending, and we felt it would be improper to keep them waiting. So they are done and they can go and they can leave, and we can stay here till dinner time. It is, yes, yes. I mean, it's just a saying. We are the ones that called ourselves to be here, so we don't want to stress out the girls. So thank you, ladies. Yes, we've made a decision on so ladies, can we please sit? I would like to say a big thank you to E&D committee. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We've taken a decision on the fund and the insurance. So I think the floor now is for the Constitution Review Committee, led by Sumbo Ali. Online people, I hope they are still there. We've not bored them. Oh, bless you, my darling sisters. Thank you for staying tuned with us.
So I think the Constitution Review Committee had planned to have their leader give an opening speech of what they've done, and then also one of the members of the committee is around to also talk about talk to what they've come up with. So Sumbo, over to you. Bomi is here supporting you, but please go ahead to let us have the details of what your committee came up with. Thank you. Over to you, Sumbo.
Okay, thank you very much, Ike. Well, we formed the committee, review committee, Constitution Review Committee, and there were 5 members comprising of myself as the chairman. We have Bumi Adiboya, Bisi Loye, Sinoye Adani Magbagbe, and Funola Dio. So, and what we were to review was 1, about membership, 2, about the finance, and the finance has some sub-parts, which is a trust fund, budget, well, something like welfare fund, budget approval, and then we broke it into trust fund and welfare fund. And we talked about, they said we should also review some prayer meetings. We should be allowing prayer meetings, on occasions, or maybe on regular basis, or make it seasonal. Anyway, we came together and deliberated on these issues, and were able to draw a conclusion. First, I'm going to talk about membership. Well, what we found out was that there were some members who joined in 1978, but did not finish. Did not finish with us. Did not graduate in 83 for another school, and some came in mid-year between 78 and 83, and graduated in 83. We also discovered that there's some students, some of us, who actually were 77th set, who entered Queen's School in the year 1977, but because they said they now had to be part of us, members of our own class group. And then there's some of us who actually came in 1978, but for one reason or the other, they had to repeat. And well, they didn't finish in 83. So some of these are members already. All these people I've mentioned are members, in addition to people who actually came in 1978 and graduated in 1983. So we now concluded that, based on that, because we had to, look into the fact that, these people who did not start in 78 with us, or who repeated, can they vie for executive offices? Can they, can they be appointed, or can they be, elected? Can they vie for positions, as executive members, regardless of the fact that, they didn't start with us, or they didn't finish, or they repeated, or they were not members of our class year. So we decided that regardless of what year anyone came in and what year they graduated, as long as the year was between 78 and 83, whether they graduated in 83 or they repeated and all that, everybody should be included to become members of the 83-year set. I don't want to be mentioning names, but I know you will all understand what I'm talking about. So that was our conclusion on membership, so that they also have equal opportunities to stand for election, for positions in the EXCO or as members of the Executive Council. And then number 2, we talked about the finance, and then the finance was broken into different parts. So we talked about the trust fund. That is to cater. We actually wanted to break it into trust fund and welfare fund. But we decided that, okay, we're going to merge the two together so that the two can serve the same purpose. That a separate account should be created for the trust fund, trust stroke welfare fund, so that members can donate. Members can there's a mandatory payment apart from the annual dues. There's a mandatory payment, for the trust fund, so that we won't have to be raising money all the time, asking people to raise funds, for specific purposes, especially for people's welfare, members' welfare. Because we talked about, such instances. The motion was raised that it should be bereavements that should be taken care of as welfare. But then other ideas started coming in, like, that suppose, cases of accidents, cases of kidnapping, like we had in the case, though that one is a one-off case, and we don't pray, that such a thing should continue to happen. But, you never can tell. Maybe a sibling, maybe a son, maybe a child. I have a friend that, we're still looking for the son, 21-year-old, up to today. It's been over a month now that the boy has gone missing, 300 level Unilag student. So it could be a missing child, it could be a terminal illness, and maybe there are hospital expenses to be paid. So we put all those into consideration. That, okay, let us have a fixed amount for welfare stroke trust fund, so that everything will go into the trust fund. Then we can now draw out from there. And we also decided that, we will have a cap, standard payment that will go out to beneficiaries of such money. And that, and then we now also gave consideration to some extra special situations, apart from bereavement of maybe siblings, maybe brother or sister or child or parents, or even the person, the member herself. But then extra special situations of maybe accident and all that. So we made provisions for that. That should also be part of what the trust fund or stroke welfare fund should take care of. So, and I'm so glad that, the issue of insurance has been dealt with, and we have now seen that it's not really necessary to have an insurance, insurance fund taken out, for people to take out insurance policies and all that.
Sumbo, sorry,
and then we talked about the budget.
Sumbo, sorry, we have 10 minutes more for you. 10 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. So we have the budget. I'm almost done anyway. We have the budget. Then we decided that the budget should be approved, once a year. But then there should be regular review because of inflation. Inflation should be taken into account, especially if we have projects at hand. Then talking about projects, we also examined the issue whereby when this exco, when their term is, the duration of their term is over, and the new exco comes in, if there is a project that is half done, that is incompleted, then we said that it should be embedded in the constitution that that project must be completed before a new project starts. So they should take it as part of their own budget, and not, not decide that, okay, this is our own new idea, this is what we want to do, we are done with that. They should continue. There must be continuity. So that's part of what we discussed in the Constitution Review Committee. And then, well, concerning the projects, yes, we said that the budget should be reviewed maybe quarterly, just into account, inflation, high rise of cost of prices, cost of materials and all that, and when you have to review, and whatever quotation was made before, and the resources of funds that has been allocated, you cannot, take, or cover what the expenses on ground. Then we have to do a review so that we can allocate more funds instead of waiting for a whole year when the new budget will be reviewed. So that's what we discussed. And then we talked about prayer meetings, that, everybody have different religious beliefs and from different religious backgrounds. So we have to take that into consideration and, have respect for people's beliefs. So we cannot, there's no way we can merge and say, okay, we want to, do it sorry, forgive me. Anyway, what we just concluded on that is a no-no. That people can do that, maybe they can come together privately and pray for the group. But it's a no-no that we should be doing prayer meetings, for the group. And then Torosina also mentioned that we should discuss about the AGM, whether the AGM funds to fund the AGM should be coming from the annual dues. And well, we had to vote because there were dissenting opinions, and we had to vote about it. So, well, it was 3 against 2, and 3 said that they concluded that it should be self-funding. AGM should be self-funding, so that people can contribute, and that they should have started a planning committee or a committee on planning 6 months ahead, so that they can start collecting money, people can start donating and contributing, and it should not be taken out of the annual dues. Then we also talked about the annual dues being increased, either increased or the trust funds, having its own particular amounts, a mandatory amount that will be paid. Then we talked about the standard payment that should be made to beneficiaries, of bereavement in one way or the other, and maybe the extra special situations that will be deliberated by the excos. But we said 50,000 should go for maybe siblings and daughters and all that, and 100,000 should go for the. And then if people will now want to donate voluntarily, we will leave the person's account on the platform, and they will donate, so that it will not go around like, oh, you donated 1 million for this person last time. Oh, why are you not donating this amount for me or for other people? So it will not generate bad blood. So we decide we don't want to know how much is people paid into the person's account. We don't want to know. What we are going to publish is the standard amount that we want to give the beneficiaries. That's what's going to be published. So whatever other amounts goes into the person's account, we will know. So it doesn't look like an unfair situation. I don't know if Bomi has, any other contribution to add to what all I have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sumbo. What I was trying to do, and they're still trying to work on it, is yes, Sumbo said, mentioned the names of the people in the Constitution Review Committee. Able lawyer amongst us, Fulola, do you please, she's not here, but she did a lot of work, so please give her a round of applause. She put together in legal speak every single thing that Sumbo discussed here. I'm trying to get it on the whiteboard so that it's easy for everybody to follow. But and yes, so that can be posted to the group. Just a few corrections or some omissions that Sumbo made. In terms of, so the things that we reviewed were membership, approval for spend, prayer meetings, welfare fund, the AGM budget, and the role and duties of the vice chair. So basically for membership, we realized that there was no need to change anything as it is, because we looked up the meaning of an alumna of an institution, and it just means somebody that attended that school, enrolled as a student. And if you were enrolled as a student in that school, you are automatically an alumna. Now, which year group do you fall into is a different one. We agreed that anybody that identifies with 1978 or would have graduated in 1983, irrespective of how many years they spent in the school, will qualify as a member. But however, what Sumba said that was not quite correct was that they will not be able to hold position if they did not spend the last 3 years in the school. That is because obviously they need to know a little bit about what the school currently is, and also have a bit of ideas about what went on in the school towards the end. So basically they don't have to be there from 1 and 2. And we looked at examples of prefects in our year. Our head girl did not start with us, but she was chosen to be head girl, Muji Alabi. So obviously by the time she was leaving, she knew enough to become head girl. Foluke Ogushaya was sports prefect. She did not start in 1978 with us. So basically we just decided that if you spent the last 3 years in Queen's School, then you can run for an elective position. Otherwise, you will just be an ordinary member. So membership is not excluded. In terms of prayer meetings, a few people had approached us that, they would like us to form a prayer meeting. We decided that we will not include that in the constitution. The group will continue to run as a non-religious one. But if people want to meet outside of this group and pray for the group, because Nigeria is a place where we love prayers and where we appreciate prayers, they can come together and meet once a month, once every quarter, just to pray for our well-being. And that would be totally separate from this group. It can be a Muslim gathering, it can be a Christian gathering, but it's not going to be part of this group. We also examined the roles and duties of the vice chair, and we felt that at the moment, the vice chair is the only member of EXCO that doesn't have a designated thing to do. So we have a social secretary, we have the treasurer, so she doesn't have anything to do per se, apart from standing for the chairperson when she's not around. And since this has happened, the chairperson is always around, and we hope she would always be around. But it makes the vice chair role almost redundant. So basically, we looked at how we can make things work better. We decided we weren't going to change anything in the constitution concerning that, but we would have the chair and the vice chair work closely together and communicate amongst themselves so that duties are shared. So nothing changed concerning that. So with regards to the AGM and the budget, we decided that for each year, a budget needs to be, has that thing been put up? A budget needs to be put in place. Can't see it. A budget needs to be put in place, and it has to be done annually. For that, we thought that there should be a budgeting committee put together, and they would look at... Please, can you bring it down a bit? A little bit more. Okay, I can't read it from there. Okay, So I'm not going to read from there. People can read it themselves. So basically, we decided that a budgeting committee will be put together. We would look at our special projects that we intend to have for the year and the previous budget for the year, and they will decide on what the budget for the year should be. Once it's been decided, it comes back to the main house where we would ratify that project or say yay or nay to that project. But another thing that came up was whether or not we should set an allowance for this yearly AGM in our budgets. So in the house, there were people that were in favor of setting aside some budget for the annual AGM, whilst there were some people that did not favor setting aside a budget for the annual AGM. We thought we will bring it to the House to decide. In as much as the AGM is meant to be self-funding, there are opinions that believe that a budget should be set aside to run the AGM, but at the same time, the AGM is actually going to bring in income. So invariably, it will be self-funding, but there should be some budget set aside to make it happen. So basically, you invest money to make money, in a nutshell. I think that was everything that we discussed, and it's open to the floor to deliberate upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. I would like to say a big thank you, massive thank you to the Constitution Review Committee led by Sumbo. Bomi, thank you so very, very much. From what we gather or what has been passed on to us, we may, I don't know the right English, to vote on some issues like we've done on the fund part of it. The membership part, first and foremost, it looks like it's just back to what was in the Constitution. Nothing has changed in that. So we will leave that. That is what has been in the Constitution, and that is what we'll take. As regard prayer sessions, I think that's what too is in line with what is in the Constitution, because the Constitution says we are not a religious organization, and we will not encourage any religious activities per se. And just like she said, if we do want to, which is very normal and natural, we can take it aside and do all our religious things the way we want it. Now, there is, it looks like there is a stalemate, kind of, on the issue of funds being, what's the word, FCA, being put aside from whatever it is we raise as per dues on AGM.
Sorry, the most important part that I actually omitted was the trust fund, which we're discussing in parts earlier on today. So the decision of the committee was that we will set aside a different account, which we're calling the trust fund / welfare fund. This particular fund, we're going to encourage people to pay a minimum amount of 20,000 naira per annum into that trust fund. There is no upper limit. People can decide when they're celebrating a birthday to put 1 million naira into the trust fund, 500,000, 100,000, but we should try as much as possible as a group to pay the barest minimum, which is 20,000 naira per annum. Now, this is totally different from your class dues. The class dues is a fixed amount. This is not a fixed amount. We're paying it towards a trust fund, and that trust fund is a welfare fund, an endowment fund, whatever it is you call it. And we also decided on the amount to be paid for certain circumstances. Now, these amounts can be changed or can be looked at, but basically, we decided that in terms of bereavement, we would pay, and someone did mention that, we will pay 100,000 naira from the trust account to the beneficiaries. And bereavement would cover bereavement of spouse, members, and members' children. So not siblings, members' children, not siblings, not parents. So, but what we will do in addition to that is to put up the account details of either the celebrant, if you're celebrating the life of your parent, or you're celebrating or something something's happened, we put the account number up and people can contribute directly to them. We want to be seen to have uniformity in what we give. But obviously, if you want to donate to Daro for her birthday, for instance, nobody is going to ask Daro how much she received from different people. But for the sake of uniformity, the trust fund would have a set amount that we would pay out to people. So that was what we decided. Thank you.
Thank you, Bumi. Thank you. Okay, where was I before? We're talking about the AGM fund, right? Yeah, that a certain percentage be put aside for the fund, the AGM fund. So that's where one of the things we need to vote on, if we are agreeing to put a certain sum of dues aside for the AGM. That is one. And then, yes, we'll budget for it and then put it aside. And then the trust fund. Now, I have a quick one on that trust fund because as we have the constitution, we have a trust fund already. So, are we setting up another trust fund? That's another thing we need to know. Because the trust fund, as it is in the constitution right now, talks about projects. So, that means we won't call this a trust fund. It has to have another name. So, it's either the endowment or the benevolence fund. So, that's just what I want to correct in this one.
So thank you for asking that question. So we looked at the budget for, so the finance and this trust fund thing kind of ties in hand. So once we decide on a special project, the idea is that the budgeting committee, so say for instance, we have 3 different types of projects and we're going to decide on one. The budgeting committee would come up with the budget for each type of project. So i.e., if we want to do a project concerning renovation of school building, the budget committee, if we want that to be our special project, the budgeting committee would put together a budget for that, as opposed to another budget for maybe a borehole thing, and another budget for gardening. And we know the budget ahead of time. These 3 projects would come into the house for us to decide which one we're going to go with. And once we know the budget that we decide on the project we're going for, we have an idea how much that project will cost us. Do you understand? And then we set aside the money from it, and it comes from the money should come from our annual dues. If our special project is much higher than the dues we're paying, then we request for money towards that special project, or it comes from money that has been set aside for it.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying. What we're saying now is that we have 2 separate funds now. Are we putting everything under one umbrella? No, they're 2 different. We need to draw a line on different things, because the benevolent fund takes care of bereavement or welfare fund. That's what I'm saying. So the trust fund we have in effect that the Constitution recognizes as is for projects. So that is the trust fund. So yes, that's another thing. But the Constitution itself already says that monies, if you read that Constitution, I was trying to bring it up, already said that we move funds from what we get annually into it, and then raise funds outside, just like what we plan to do when we present the projects that we want to do. That's where that money goes into. So that's the trust fund we already have. So that's why I said we cannot name this a trust fund again. So it's just it's nomenclature. We call it something else. So it's either the welfare fund, benevolence fund, or whatever it is that we want to call it. Okay? Yes, so the trust fund remains what it is, and this one that we're talking about becomes a name we can agree. Endowment, benevolence, welfare is up to us. So that is where we now take all of this from. So ladies, that's another thing we need to agree. That's basically it. And then the third thing here is, okay, the roles of vice doesn't change, so we leave that as it is. And then we have spend on approval. Approval on spend. Sorry, I missed that out. There was something on approval. Okay, so it's not like a figure. We just, once we bring out the amount, we have a quorum decide if that amount flies or not, which is still what we have in the Constitution. It doesn't change anything. It says in the Constitution that for us to agree on anything, there must be a 2/3 majority for it to fly. So if we have to spend money, we bring it to the table, we agree at a forum like this, 2/3 of us flies the project. So nothing changes there. So basically, there are only two items for us here to bring to the House for ratification, and that is basically the nomenclature or the setting aside of another fund system, which is the Welfare Benevolence or Endowment Fund. And I mentioned the second one now. I think that's basically the only one we have to vote on. No, approval of spend is already there. It takes a quorum. Okay, yes. That we put up with budgets. Yeah. Okay, so that's basically it. So, do we want to take... So, I think we can take a vote on that. Madam Secretary. Or on those, rather. Okay, so, ladies, please. No, I corrected. I caught myself before I said it. So, ladies, I would like to throw up this vote to have this other trust fund set aside. Now, the details of the trust fund is something we will need to work at, vis-a-vis what has been said, which we will share on the forum, if that is fine.
Yes, you just said now that the trust fund is different from the welfare fund.
Sorry,
so
I
make the welfare.
New fund. Sorry, the new fund. I'm sorry about that. The new fund, which is welfare fund. Okay, we'll call the new fund welfare fund. I want us to agree to vote if we agree to have that fund. Yes. Okay. Duni, yes, please.
I was just having a chin wag. I shouldn't do, with Miss Bimbo next to me, who's got a question.
Okay. So Bimbo, let's hear you.
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, Queens. Good afternoon, Queens. When Bomi was talking about what they decided about the welfare, benevolence, whatever we call it, I was thinking that if anybody will be a partaker of whatever is contributed, such a person must seem to have consistently contribute into it, not just that we'll use our emotion. That because I Bimbo Adegbite, and she's my friend, and Bimbo Adegbite has never contributed a dime. We should leave her. We can contribute individually to her, but when we're talking about the group, because it is the money contributed by every one of us that is going to be sent to such person. So anybody who is not financially committed, I think such person should not be given anything. That's my take.
If the person is a financial member and doesn't, that I want to put a twist on it. If the person doesn't contribute to this fund, but is a financial member, what do I mean by that? The person pays her dues annually. Can that person still qualify? I'm just throwing it out there.
I want to say that I would like to say that if a person, you see, Bomi said we should at least contribute 20,000 naira for the welfare, and the annual due for the class is 10,000 naira per head at the moment. So that means the welfare contribution is far greater than whatever we contribute to the class due. And the class due is going to be used for the school. So it doesn't have anything to do with the welfare. If somebody is contributing for the school development alone, that is it. But if somebody is contributing for this welfare issue and she is in need of anything, such a person will be assisted. But if he or she, if she's not contributing anything, I don't think she should be given anything.
Hello, sorry, do we have other things related to this? We're going to take everything and react to them.
Oh, thanks. I want to say a big thanks to the executives. Now, my own point is that on the platform, we are about 114 on the platform. And every one of us had a birthday each year. So whatever we're going to give to somebody for birthday, it has to cover. Let's assume all of us pay our due after this AGM now. It has to cover for 114 birthdays in a year. So, no, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the welfare issue now. No, you talk about it here now. You said for bereavement and something. It's going to come out. It's going to come out from the welfare post. Am I right? Aha. So any amount that is going to be concluded on for that issue should put into consideration the number of people you have on the platform, in the group. You understand that? Because we can't tell. We can't really tell how many we're going to have in a year. So whatever you're going to conclude on should be able to cover, should be something reasonable that it won't be on one side and one side is left out. All right.
Sorry, next, Bumi, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Queens. This is just a suggestion or my opinion. I'm just thinking, since we've said that probably we haven't, I don't know if we're still going to vote on the amount for the welfare, but if we take into consideration that we still struggle to collect the annual dues every year, I would suggest if anybody chooses to put in the welfare fund, maybe because they know the child will be getting married or whatever, remove the annual fund first from whatever they pay into the welfare fund. Because we struggle when it comes to things that we want to do for the school. We have specific people, I'm not even one of them, amongst us, that contribute immensely on projects that we're doing. And I think it's not fair. They do it voluntarily, but I think it's not fair because anything we do is in the name of class of 83. So we should try and be fair. I know that fingers are not equal. And I'm using this opportunity as well to implore every member, even if you're going to pay 1,000 every month, or split the welfare and the annual fund into monthly figure that is, that you can cope with or that is convenient for you, please don't ignore this alumni because we mean well. And when it's a particular set of people that's doing it, people do get frustrated. It's not fair.
So I would implore us all, the Lord will provide for us, and as we do for our school, the Lord will also continue to bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, before anything, online, I see BC Loye's hand has been up for a while. Please, can we take BC Loye? BC?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, good. Well done, ladies. Thanks for.
We need to see your face. No face, no voice.
Yeah, good.
Her face is not there.
To all the prayers Bumi said.
No, her face is
I
not
just
there.
want to make one comment or one or two things I wanted to say. I agree with
BC, your face, no face, no voice. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, I wanted to say I support what Bimbo Adegbite said, 100%. If nobody contributes to any of the funds we have, trust or welfare, they should not be supported. That's the first thing. The second thing I was going to say, Foluke said something about birthdays. I don't know if Bomi made it clear that we're not planning to support every single thing. We want to support the important things, which I think Bomi should have mentioned in her speech. I'm not sure she did. We're not going to support birthdays or baptism or granddaughter's birth or whatever. We need to pick things that we support. We need to pick the very important things to support. We're not going to support every single thing. It's not possible. We can't do that. So that's just my 2 pence. And I think, what else was it that somebody said? I can't remember. Okay, yeah, that's it. I think that's it, really. I'll come back to you. If I think of anything else, I'll come back.
Okay, thank you, BC. BC is a member of the Constitution Review Committee as well. Okay, so now, what we have here is the issue of the payment of dues. I think this is the critical one, payment of dues versus the payment of welfare fund. And what is on the ground right now is the fact that if you don't contribute into the welfare fund, you don't benefit from it. And I think now there are two things now. There are two main contributions that we do. We have the dues and we have the welfare fund. So are we saying, I'm not putting my own out there. If you don't pay dues and you pay welfare fund, hold on. I'm now riding on what Bumi has said, vis-a-vis the fact, because it's possible, because people know that you can get something out of putting money into the welfare fund, and you pay into the welfare fund. She said, take out the dues first, which is not true. So basically, we have to pay both. Yes, that means we have to pay both dues. You have to pay your annual dues, and then pay your welfare dues. Now, if you look in the Constitution, there's something that says that only financial members who have consistently subscribed to the funds of the association have a right to even vote at seminars, at AGMs like this. So being a financial member means paying all that is expected of you to pay to the association. So now, since we agreed, I think we agreed to have the welfare fund, if I'm right. Or do we quickly vote on that before we move forward? Which I think is right. So we've already voted. Oh yes, we voted. Yes, we already voted. So it means that we all must be upstanding on both fees. If you don't make the payment, you don't get to do anything. That's what it means. You don't get part of the welfare. That's the part we need to talk about now, I guess. So can we quickly do that? Because where time is running fast on us. Dupe has something to say.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a suggestion that we should collapse it into just a due and say annually we pay 20,000 or 30,000, whatever. 60% goes to schools and their review at the end of the year, and 40% goes to
I think Answers will probably say because there are two different accounts, and for accounting purposes,
One that has a flat fixed amount, the other one is not fixed. So that's the reason why it cannot be collapsed into one account, because we would give account on the annual dues, and it limits the amount people put in if you want to merge the two together. If I'm celebrating do for our group is to, yeah.
I belong to an old student group that we have a seal, 30,000 annually. And we put that's the limit. You can pay more than that. And we have people in our groups that we know we pay 1 million every year. Some we pay 1.5, some we pay 2 million. Into that where we pay 30,000. I will call them as for 1 million. I will call them as for. At the end of the day, it's just here. From whatever we collect that year.
Morenike, please. Morenike.
Thank you very much. I just want to give a little advice on this. For the welfare fund, it will be better we have a separate account, and it will be sort of the kind of fund we can put some aside every month or every quarterly or something, and fix something or use it, to generate more money. That's what they do with welfare accounts. If you merge it with the normal running account, it won't pay us. It will just be there. It won't be making more money. So I suggest we have two separate accounts. Exactly.
Thank you, Morenike. Ima, you have the floor.
Not a question, just a contribution. I just wanted to say that because we have the fixed dues that we all pay, and I am suggesting that for the welfare funds as well, we should have a fixed amount that everybody has to pay. Anybody that wants to make to make an extra contribution can go ahead to do that. Or when the situation arises, if you want to give anything personally to whoever is concerned, you can do that from your pocket. But whatever we're going to contribute to each of the purses should be fixed for everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. That was what Bobby even said. That was the suggestion they gave us. And that was why the 20,000 base was set for welfare. So basically for me, it seems like we're practically saying the same thing over and yes. So I think the only part here that is different is the fact that we have separate accounts, one for us and one for the fund. We all agree to the fund now, and then the amount is what we need to agree. 20,000 base has been suggested. All in favor of that 20,000 for the welfare endowment fund should please raise up their hands. While online, can you raise up your hands online, please? You can do that with the button, the show of hands. $20,000 minimum for the endowment welfare fund. Welfare fund. Please, we can't see the screen. Please, can we have one house, please? One house. It's almost 3 o'clock, please. It's almost 3 o'clock. Yes. I said, can we do by a show of hands a minimum annual deposit in the fund of 20,000 naira by every member? I said minimum. Give us an option. If you don't agree, you don't raise up your hand, then we cannot talk about it. I think it's a landslide. Yes, it's a landslide. But that means that every year, aside the annual dues, we have to make a contribution of 20,000 naira into the welfare fund. Now, minimum, if you're led to, you can do more, please. And then the next thing I would like to say on that fund is the fact that if you don't contribute into that fund, you don't get anything. You don't have access to it. So, no, we need to agree to it. First, no, annual dues is already a given. We've said that. I already read that out. You must be financial. You should not be financially sound. You must, yeah, exactly. You must be financially sound in the organization, and that means paying your dues. It's already in the constitution, so I don't think I need to belabor that. It's the welfare fund that I'm now talking about. If you don't contribute to it, you don't get from it. So do we agree to that? Everybody. Online members, do we agree to that as well? Show of hands. I can see thumbs up. Thank you so very much.
Sorry, please, I have a question.
Yes, Bomi. I mean,
please,
Bomi.
Okay. Please, can you just
Can you please put down your hands online, please? Thank you.
Okay. So I just need to clarify in terms of the welfare. Please, I know you mentioned what exactly is it? Is it just for we pray to live long and everything? Is it just like in an event that one's partner or once a person sees it dies, or God forbid, like a child? Is that it? Is there other things as well? What happens if somebody's in need? What happens if someone needs support?
No. What you missed out, I guess, is that the
can't hear.
benevolence fund has been spelled out.
I don't
Three
even have-
main things have been suggested.
It's gone.
Which is,
I can only see you.
bereavement of that person or the spouse, and the parents. The bereavement of spouse. We've had enough discussions on this welfare. One house, we've had enough discussion on this welfare. What I would say is, if you are very passionate about it, we'll put you in the committee. And you'll be in the committee. You can help them shape the nitty-gritty. What qualifies, what doesn't. So we'll move on. Sorry, this has been said already, and that was why we took the vote on it. So we will share the details. We'll share the details of this welfare fund as later on. The whatever, we'll put it together and then we'll send it across. So the other thing here is the issue of the annual dues and the amount that we pay annually. So they proposed a review of that amount. We pay 10,000 naira annually as it were. So do we still do that? Okay. It's been suggested. It's been suggested or proposed that we move annual dues to a minimum of 20,000. All. Okay. So all in favor, and you know that the annual dues is outside the what's it called, the welfare fund. It's outside. So this is the most critical one that you have to pay, irrespective of anything. For you to be here, you need to pay that. So let's take a vote on that. Do we move from 10,000 naira to 20,000 naira? All people in favor of moving to 20,000 naira, please let's see a show of hands. Annual dues. Move to 20. Please, if you are voting, please raise up your hands. Online, let's see your hands. And there's the ability for you to spread these payments over time. I think there are 3 months. It's 3 months in the Constitution. Your annual dues is due every July. 1st July of every year, your annual dues. 1st July every year to September. Yes. So only 6 people, I understand, and 1 online. 2 online have voted. There are 3 people online voting for 20,000 naira annual dues. So it looks like it's in. Hold on. So it means it stays at 10,000 naira. That's what it says. There are 2 options, 10 and 20. 10,000 annual dues carries the day. That's basically it. So we stay as it is. And then another suggestion that we have here is that we always have a budget for AGM, which we will bring. Online people, can you please put down your hands, please? Thank you. So, all right. The next thing we have is to talk about the AGM. The treasurer wants to say something before we go on the AGM issue.
I just want to remind us that there are 2 sides to the AGM. This business session, which is the AGM proper. It's a business session, and whatever we do, it's part of our annual dues. But the other aspect, the yele sides, like what we had last night or yesterday, what we are going to have tonight, the seminars and co, are other things outside it. But the AGM proper, the business session, is part of our dues. That is okay. Well, the president is adding the seminar into it now because that's where we learn from, and we have to keep educating ourselves. I just want to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Just to answer you, Morenike, some people have come up to say that even the seminar should not be funded, and I'm not trying to play devil's advocate now, but it's good to hear the views of everybody, should not be funded from annual dues. So this is even this sort of seminar that we're having. So it's for us to actually, business session, whatever it is we call it. So these parts of it, they're saying, somebody suggested that members can host these kind of meetings in their homes. So we can vote on it. So it can be a landslide. But it's good to hear everybody's views on it. So
hold on,
so
quick one. I'm going to respond to that. I'm sorry. I think you voted us in so that we can take some decisions. And the ESCO overrode that. Why? If you look at the Constitution as it is right now, the essence of us being together and being able to take decisions is that business session. If we don't sit down to have this discourse, we will not move forward. So that cannot be taken. The only part that can be taken out is the fun fair. And the fun fair happens at the AGM. The Constitution recognizes us taking decisions. It recognizes us learning and teaching. And if you, the objective, I read it out when I was reading my welcome speech. One of the main objectives of us being together is for us to be able to impart and impact knowledge amongst ourselves, and that is part of the AGM that we do. Now I'm going to respond to the hosting ourselves, members hosting ourselves. It is already in the Constitution. And I know some of us had sleepless nights putting that Constitution together, and I have it here. I'm sorry. And yes, they are just meetings that we come together, and it says every quarter. It says at the beginning of every year, we should have a rota of who is taking the next one. I'm sorry, I'm the one talking. I've been able to open my laptop and project it. Yes. So please, we'll send the Constitution, and I'm going to implore us all, so that there's this Yoruba saying, "Kama jeki yokoko makwe ajalo bofuwa." We need to read, so that when we come to this kind of meetings, we talk from the informed position. Except we are expunging things from the Constitution, we cannot override it. So we need to all read it and take it in, and then bring it to the table, and then we can expunge, add, or whatever to it. So please, I'm sorry, that's how that is going to roll. And I would even say at this meeting, darling, at this meeting, we will now, I'm going to ask the secretary, we're going to work on that quarterly meet. We're going to do a calendar here. We're going to have nominations, those who are ready to take up this meet. This meet can be anywhere in the world. So what it means is, we already had one some time ago. One was held in my house some time ago. We can have one locally, and we can have it online, or we can have people join online. Or if we, like for example, we have a lot of people in the UK. If they can gather at that point, and we do this kind of thing, hybrid thing, so that we're having it here in Bomi's house. Bomi's house is very good to have it, so that she will give us plenty food. Or we go to Lighton's house. Or we go to Tokubo's house. All the foodie people, so we can do that, and then we can have someone. Why I'm saying the UK is because it's very easy for them to come together, and we have quite a number there, and then one person can host at that end, and we do this hybrid streaming, and then other people who are all over that we can gather can join online, have their own food in their front and their wine, and then we can marry. So that is already in the Constitution, please. So don't let us belabor what we need not belabor. I'm sorry. I think at times like this is why I'm the chair. I can't do. Thank you very much. Any other thing that we need to take Constitution Review Committee? Because I think I want us to round up this whole AM session, because we cannot go into the, okay, because we can't go into the seminar part. We've brought part of it into here, which we had the girls. The only part that is left is the part where we need to impact Shemuba, knowledge amongst ourselves. That we can always do another day, because time is fast spent. And I'm sure we've spent this much time because it's the first time we're sitting down to do something like this. Subsequently, we know what is expected of us, and we'll be able to move pam, pam, pam. Thank you very much, ladies. One more. Okay, yes, there's one more thing that we need to vote on. The fact that there should always be a particular amount, a fraction, set aside for the AGM annually from our dues. That is very critical. We need to discuss about it. I might not be FCA chartered, but I am an accountant as well, and I am a marketing practitioner. So there are certain things that need to be in place. In every business, and I'm sure quite a number of us run businesses. I'm sure practically almost all of us, a large percentage of us run businesses. When you're starting a business, you set aside money
for even staff that you're going to bring on board, overheads, before you even spend the money. As far as I'm concerned, the AGM is an overhead that this organization has to spend money on every year. Now, having said all of that, the fraction that goes into it is what we can now work around. You want to take a driver. Before you take your driver, you need to make sure that you can pay that driver for 3 months and not have a headache. If you want to start a business, you want to start selling Schweppes, you need to have money to buy your Schweppes cartons into your shop before you start selling or before you start making a profit. So for AGM to self-fund itself, it needs to put money, this association needs to put money aside. I'm making a pitch. This association needs to put money aside for us to do something that we can sell to the public or sell to whoever to bring money in to support what we need to do. So I hope with these few words of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you with the reason why we need to set money aside for the AGM every year. Thank you very much. Use this thing to use this thing to talk it so that they can hear. I went to Queen's School, they paid seriously for my English. So I'm now going to ask us. I've made my page. No, I want to draw it to them. Let it be on record. I've made my page, and I would want the House to agree or disagree with my page that a certain fraction should be set aside from our annual dues for the AGM. Thank you. All in favor of my page, say aye.
We have not finished. I need to ask.
All against?
Aye. Calm down. Okay, I want to ask a question. Now we have gotten to this point of the AGM. It's on. Okay. Now we have come from an experience of this is our first AGM. Donations were made, people paid. The question we really need to be asking ourselves today, from what we have done so far, do we really need a fraction, a certain amount? If you say what was contributed was not enough to get what you needed to do done, then we can now say yes, you need something extra. But if what was contributed was enough for you to do what you had to do, then what is the need for an extra to be put in place? You know, I know that none of us here can guarantee what can be contributed every year. But I am sure that everybody here and abroad, everyone understands that we need to, there needs to be, donations and things like that. If your answer to the question is yes, the money that we're given was enough to do what we had to do, then there's no need for a contribution.
Thank you very, very much, Darrow. What was contributed was not enough. We had to spend money from the purse for this to happen. And I tell you, it's about a quarter of total costs. What we had to take. But even as that, I'll tell you today, it was a fine barra thing for us to get to where we are today. I hope you are listening. You ask a question and you are talking. Stand up. Raise up your hands. Okay, fly your arms. Fly your arms. So seriously, we just had like a quarter from the annual dues while we got contribution from the others. The truth is that if you had waited for the contribution, we won't be here today. We had to pay ahead of time to get this done. Thank you, ma'am.
But I'd like to just ride on what Moreni said. I think it's a perfect opportunity to say a big, I wouldn't mention names, big, massive, please borrow me another large word. Thank you. Yes,
huge, whatever, thank you to quite a number of our members. Once again, I think I mentioned it in my speech, but I'm going to say it again. This wouldn't have been possible without Fine Bahrain. I know the number of people I sent messages one-on-one. Tutu Ogunkule was not even sleeping again. Her mission became a mission of chasing everybody to please contribute and begging for money. I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yes, and like I said initially, it's a first one. By the time we put this in our calendar properly, we will be able to get corporate sponsors. We'll be able to get other things that can work. Some people said I should not mention their name. If I mention their name now, they will kill me. I'll tell you what they've done. Some people have physically put food down, put this down, and I don't think that is the way to go. So, and even as it's where, we took money from the purse, and it still isn't anything. So it's just a fraction on which to ride on, and then something that we can now get from others. If I don't let Duni talk, it's not only we will go today, she will go home and kill me. She's my ego, so she will kill me. Please give her the microphone.
It's right here. What I wanted to say is, first of all, we've been together all day, and I think some of us are getting a bit jaded. So if I'm being a bit whatever obtuse, it's because I think we just need to know when enough is enough, and let's not go on. We're all adults, and we all have time to do other things. All I wanted to say is to say that, echo what you're saying, to say that part of our dues, as part of what we pay our dues for as the AGM should fund our annual general meeting. Otherwise, what are the dues really? What are we paying our dues for? So that's as simple as I wanted to put it to people when we're thinking about why or not. Thanks.
Thank you. It's always better to raise money for projects than to. So I'm going to close.
Hello. The funding is not always coming from AGM. We're setting aside some money to run the AGM. The AGM is actually a fundraising event. So at the end of the day, we're hoping that we would actually be able to make a lot more money than we put into it. But there has to be a budget set aside to be able to run the AGM in order for us to be able to get the funding we want from it. It really should become an income generating event. But there has to be some money set aside in the budget for it. Thank you.
In short, it's not only if we don't need it. The thing is, if we now make money from the AGM, where does it go to? It goes into the purse of the association. So it's a win-win situation. It's a win-win situation. So thank you very, very much, ladies. And before we close, I'll just to say a few words to ratify all that we've said. And I'll give the mic to my seke. This woman is Simba and Kalida. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We agreed that going forward, we'll be having 20,000 donation yearly that will go into our welfare fund. And that's the minimum. So if you are led to do more than that, please, by all means, feel free to do that. And then we said that the condition for our members to benefit from the welfare fund would be that first they are financial members. So that means you are paying your yearly dues before you can even qualify to benefit from the welfare fund. Now, we said the implementation would be done by a committee. So we'll hand over the details of what has been worked on by the Constitution Review, which we have ratified and adopted, and then you'll help us to put the details together on how we'll start running with that. The next decision was on our yearly contribution. And for that, we said we will maintain 10,000 naira as our yearly contribution. So there's no change. Yearly dues. So there's no change with that. It stays at 10,000 naira. And then the last thing was on the budget for the AGM, which we said we'll set aside a yearly amount from our contribution, our yearly dues towards the AGM. So going forward, that would also be something that our constitution will back up. I think those are the three decisions we made that has been ratified by the House. Thank you.
So thank you very, very much, ladies. Our day has been fast spent. We've moved things around. We've merged the business session with the seminar as things are. So we'll just go on with the program while we have lunch. Now, before we even, we still have a presentation of our project. We will present that while we're having lunch. So we'll just ask us to listen. And for the business, the seminar itself, and a few of us are going to talk about a few things about. We have the topic here in our brochure. We have the importance of having economic power as a woman, the route to bringing Africa out of the doldrums. We have that as our seminar, so we will have go all along as we speak. I would like to say, because we might just have to end and just run away, before we do that, I would like to quickly talk about our upcoming 40th anniversary. It will be 40 years next year that we all left secondary school. Yay! We thank the Lord for keeping us alive till now. And if you look at the back page of the brochure, you see something there about that. A teaser about that. The plan is that we're going to have this event outside of Nigeria. And where I think the team has agreed for it to be an African country. Where the country exactly would be, we will let you know in due time, very, very soon, so that we can start making preparations as to that. Then I would like to say something. There was something I put in my speech. We are a community of about 100 people, and we all have businesses. Cocoa of my statement is that we need to patronize each other. Businesses, we need to patronize each other's businesses. Let's assume we're 100. If 100 of you patronize my business, if you say, make I bring 100,000 naira, the money will come in. So we need to look inwards before we start going outside. And then the exponential effect that it has. Somebody asked me, Chelsea, do you know someone who is catering? Bomi Wambio. Tokuba, I know Tokuba. Lighton. So, and by that way, we get referrals, we refer ourselves. Please, let's help us. There are adverts in the brochure. Please, let's patronize us. The day I knew that Folake Adeyemi does travel and tours was the last day I used my travel agent. And she's here, she can tell you that. The moment I found Lighton, and I knew Lighton is a caterer, I stopped using any other person. So it depends on who. In short, Bomi, it looks like somebody is going to call you. One of my niece's friends is getting married. And Kamiku is my daughter. It is. They paid in advert now. Kamiku, that's my daughter, actually called me because she's not at home and called me, Mommy, because she's always harassing Bomi for Chinese. That, Mommy, please, I need your friend's number. I need your friend's number. They called me at 10 p.m. to ask for Bomi's number for that catering event, the wedding that is coming up. So that is what we need to do for ourselves, please. It is very critical. There's no point sitting down here, putting 10,000 and 20,000 and whatever together, and we don't get anything in return. We need to support ourselves. It's the cocoa of this place. We are going to start chasing people for money to do some project. The money is going to come from someplace else. So please, we need to support our businesses. So I'm going to hand over the mic to Ariola No, we're eating while it's going on. So we're eating while it's going on. Thank you very much, ladies.
Okay, I'm going to take it from Toyosi now. Ladies, start getting your food. Everybody is hungry, probably bored out of your mind by now. lunch is served, how are you going to serve? They're bringing it to us. Okay. While we, so you tell them what you want. While we're doing lunch, we are going to quickly discuss our landscape project. Our landscape project is our contribution to the school. So everybody has done a building or whatever, incomplete, almost done, and doesn't look good anymore. But the whole campus is not cohesive. So our vision for the school is a cohesive campus that will be our gift to the school. We started with gardening. We want to continue with landscaping. And this evening we'll unveil the project. And our goal is, as we have discussed in the Constitution, is that the project we start now will be finished. And they won't change from landscaping to building to toilet to borehole. We want some kind of cohesive project. And when you see it this evening, I'm hoping you'll all be impressed. We've been working with a young female landscape architect, and she has some really good ideas that she'd like to share with us. And I think you'd like it. And that's what we're going to be raising funds for today. As to the amazing women that have already prepared for the seminar, we'll just be talking about it as we're eating. It's not going to be something that is set aside. Your lunch is being served and we'll just be talking about it. Everybody is tired. Everybody is ready to go home at this point. Thank you for your patience. We've learned a lot about this getting together business. If the truth be told, I like the online one better, but since we're all here, we're going to make the best of it and round it up as soon as possible so you can go get dolled up for this evening. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry, one more thing. As the well F-A-R-E, I'm just trying to be F-A-I-R here. Can we just give the microphone to Dupetino to give us Muslim prayers? Because we had Foluke's husband give us the prayers yesterday. Yeah, we're finishing. We're eating. So we can't be eating and praying. We finished the morning session. Seminar, we can finish and go. God bless Onjewa, please. Dupetino, can you please pass out the microphone? Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Before that, Chenise, chapter. When you finish, Dupetino.
We thank Almighty Allah for bringing us to the end of this session. We thank Him for how we've gone from yesterday. We pray that the other things we are going to have for the duration of this program will end in success. We pray for mercy journey when we are going back to our various places. We thank God for bringing us together after seeing each other for so long. We pray that He should continue to guide and direct all our footsteps and help us to live more years in harmony. Please, for those that can recite the Fatiha, let's recite the Fatiha together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghayril maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin.
Sorry, one of us is doing her birthday today. I'm sorry, shout out is coming. Can we sing happy birthday to Toyin Akilapa in absentia, please?
prosperity. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. We wish Tony Akilakwa many happy returns of the day. It's her 55th birthday today. She's 55 today. She said she was going to be here. I don't know, maybe she's still coming for the dinner or not, but she said she was going to be here. So we hope she still joins us later. Thank you, ladies.
Joro me, I want you to love me. Joro me, baby. Joro me, joro. Kilo de, why you know they call me? Kilo de, baby. Kilo de.
Does everybody have food yet? You've ordered though. Okay. Is there anybody that has not ordered their food? I think you have to be seated. They'll ask you what you want. Okay. All right. The reason I'm asking is I know it's been a long day. And as Toyosi so eloquently said, that one of the things we do here is impact and impart on each other knowledge, information, and there was a seminar planned as part of this. So as you're having your lunch, we thought we'd talk about the impact of women, or what women will have to do to grow Africa. The exact way it's formatted, or the question is couched, is in your brochure here. So we have Kemi kind of leading the seminar. Ore will talk a little about education. Daro will talk about farming. And Folake will talk about entrepreneurship. So while everybody is getting settled and getting ready to eat, the subject, you can, very informal way, the subject is the importance of having economic power as a woman, the route to bringing Africa out of the doldrums. I'll turn it over to Kemi to start leading.
Good afternoon, beautiful queens, in-house and out there. There's no doubt it's been a very, very long day, but nevertheless, it won't take much of your time. Sorry. We won't take much of your time, but we don't want to leave this session undone. And the session is just like Ari introduced. We have a seminar, and the seminar topic, as put here, says the importance of having economic power as a woman the route to bringing Africa out of the doldrums. But then we decided to go about this topic and to reframe. Because if you look at it very well, if you want to look at the word doldrum, the definitions we came about, or we got, talks about situations where we see women as being we see a despondent situation in Nigeria, we see stagnation, we see depression, and a host of other factors. Trying to look at the opposite meaning of doldrum, we came about such words as being busy, being lively, and showing forth some sort of happiness. So we decided to look around the topic, and we're going to be talking about the importance of having economic power as a woman, the route to developing Africa, or the route to taking Africa to greatness. So we dropped the use of the word doldrums. So moving forward, I have as our speakers for today on this discussion program, I have our dear friend and sister, a renowned educationist, Oreoluwa Faweyimi Olubi. And she'll be talking, Olubi Johnson, sorry, she'll be talking from the educational perspective. We also have our dear sister and friend, Ojawaru Osadolo, a renowned agriculturist and farmer, local farmer to the core. In fact, I'm surprised she's at this program. There's nothing you invite Jaro to say, Kemi, Mole, wow, I'm plant lower. She's always planting. Thank God she's not planting this weekend. So we also have our sister. She will be taking it and talking about this topic, looking at it from the agricultural perspective, how agriculture can contribute to women development and how women can help to develop Africa as a whole. And finally, the last but not the least, my dear friend and sister, I call her my gist partner. Gist partner. She loves gist. But this time, she's not gisting. She'll be talking to us as an entrepreneur. I have Folakemi Adiyemi Fatade. Fatade. Really? I never knew. Okay. So we have three of them. But you can see that they are all eating. So I don't know whether I should let them start talking now. I don't want them to have a, I don't want pepper to run to their heads. So who is not eating now? So that we can start. But before they go on, I would just like to run down the keywords in this topic. If you look at our topic, importance of having economic power. One major keyword here, economic power. As a woman, the route to developing Africa or take the route to taking Africa to greatness. The major keyword here is woman. Woman, the woman is the person being discussed here. And if I try to define the woman, all we can say is woman is the female. We're talking about the female here. And we can also try to look at the role the woman plays. Generally, as a woman in nation building and also in developing the African setting. We see the woman as a wife, a partner, an organizer, a director, an administrator, a disburser of funds, an economist, a teacher, a disciplinarian, the health officer of the house. A woman, wears so many caps. Now, another key word here we have is economic power. What do we mean by having economic power? Ability of the woman to be able to maintain, to improve, and to sustain the standard of living. To maintain, to improve, and to sustain the standard of living. Not only of herself, of her entire family, and in essence, the nation as a whole. Another key word we have here is development. Development. And what do we say development is? We see development as a process of growth, progress, and positive change. Development as a process of growth, 1, progress, 2, and positive change. So having highlighted the key words we have in this topic, we can now go on to allow our speakers to talk. I think the number 1 speaker I would like to give to will be Daru. Daru will be looking at this topic from the agricultural perspective. How, 1, women in agriculture can help develop Africa. How women in Africa can be more involved in agriculture. Anyway, because food first, like we are all doing. When there's no food, there is no economy, there is no development. We cannot even survive. So it is when we eat and we're full. Like Yoruba will say, Okunu, Lafmagbe, Tita. When we are all full, that is where we can see how Africa can develop. Thank you very much for listening. I will now hand over the mic to Daru.
Good afternoon again, ladies. Women in agriculture. In most countries of the world, women are generally the backbone of rural development. They do practically everything. They are that joint between the farm and food and the table. They provide everything from feeding their children, educating their children, and doing everything possible to make sure the family is running. And, you know, they have big issues. For example, the United Nations, the MBG, that is the Millennium Development Goals, sees women as the major source of changing the economies of the world in terms of, you know, agriculture. 50% of farmers are essentially women. But when you ask what they really do, you find out that a lot of them do the dog work on the farm. And basically what is required of most of what the women require is a bit of education, training, and funding to do what they need to do to make sure that everything works very well. From our basic understanding, there is no economy that does not start from agriculture. And at the real top of the agricultural table is the woman. Because you see, teach a man to farm, he feeds his family. Teach a woman to farm, she feeds a community. And development can only come when our stomachs are filled, and when our stomachs are filled, our brains function properly. So for everything we want to do, any developing country, just go and check for the first thing you see. Take example, India. Indira Gandhi at a point said when India was so hungry there was no food, Indira Gandhi started the agricultural revolution in India and said to herself that no Indian must go hungry. India started with food, and today India is up there in terms of technology. They may still be a developing country, but they have gone so far because they have done well. And in doing this, India went to the grassroots and started training their women. They trained them in, you know, the different best approaches to agriculture, the different beautiful methodologies of agriculture. Then they went on to teach them how to even use the different, you know, products from their farms to achieve, you know, for processing and everything, doing these things from a very, very local perspective. But they did training, they educated them, they had banks developed for the purpose of agriculture, and their main focus, at a point, the main focus was on the women. In Nigeria, you go to the farms, you see the women, they do all sorts of things for their husbands. Their husbands don't even give them money. After harvesting the good yams, for example, they will ask them to take, the smaller pieces of yams and take them to the farms, take them to the market. Sometimes you see them, the women go to fetch firewood, plant vegetables, do all sorts of things, and whatever they make, the men still smoke cigarettes out of these monies. Because if your child is sick, it's the woman who takes care of those things. And for Africa to develop, all these things have to change. There is a clear case of gender inequality in the agricultural sector. When you want to get a loan and you go to the bank, all the executive farmers are men. You want to get a loan, they will look at you and you are not ready to give whatever it is they are asking for. Of course, you will not get the loan. So we need, in Africa, in Nigeria, for example, we need a lot of education. We need a lot of tools to make our jobs a lot easier. For example, a woman, how much can she do if she does not have the required tools? She will use the hoe, she will use the cutlass, she will use the... Meanwhile, provision of, for example, tractors that plow the land, that do land preparation for the women, and the rest, let her run them. Sometimes you can have tools for spraying, instead of her having to go and, carry a backpack, the government or whoever provides, maybe a funding organization provides, things like a boom sprayer, even seeds, even the seeds. You give them good seeds. The government promises fertilizers. You provide these things for them and allow them to do their work. Everything will work well. The nation will feed and everything. But these things are not there. Africa will only grow when we are full. When our tummies are full, our brains will work. In the absence of that, we have a very long way to go. So we need education. We need training in terms of how to do it, how to go about all the different processes. And we need funding to get the women to do what they know how to do best without even being pushed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Actually, I had earlier on highlighted some challenges that we'll all expect that women will face in this development issue. And here I had some things like finance, poverty level, rate of poverty level for the women, weak economic capacity, education, and gender inequality. But Daryl already mentioned all those things, and I was only going to ask or add that. So these factors or these challenges also affect women in the agricultural sector. Gender inequality in the agri sector. I thought both men and women were farmers. And I actually think, well, I might not have the statistics. I thought we have more women farmers at the rural level than we have the men. Yeah, I think most of the men are those involved in high skill, farming or... But I thought most of the rural women were more involved in farming. Yes, you can. It's still with you. It hasn't left you. The mic. All right, please. Daryl still needs the mic. Thank you.
Statistically, we have about 50%, about 48% of all farmers being women. If you look at it from in terms of what you have, when you go to the rural areas, you see a man, he has men working for him in terms of the hard jobs. For example, when you talk about making ridges and those kind of things, you have the men do that, and they have wives. Their wives do, the bulk of the harvesting and all those kind of things. Basically, that's for, you are doing maize, soya beans, corn, groundnuts, and all those things. But when it comes to things the children eat, for example, you want vegetables, don't talk about meat, talk about vegetables and things that the children eat on a daily basis. The women do the farming. But you have a lot of more men in agriculture today than women because of gender inequalities. The women don't have the funds to get the requirements they need. They're not empowered in any way. The men make sure that they are at the lowest part of the food web. Is it the food web? The food chain, you understand? That they can't have money. If they have money, somehow they will take it off them.
So Daryl, what you're telling us in essence is that the women are only involved in subsistence agriculture. What they plant, what they do is just for a living, for survival, not for economic purposes.
Let me use myself as an example. In the whole of the local government where I farm, I think I'm the only woman who is not doing subsistence farming. All the other women just don't do their husbands really do subsistence farming, and they just do the rudimentary aspects. For example, harvesting. One ko ereoko, as they say.
So, in essence, what can we conclude? What do you want government to do? What do we want to do as women? What do we want stakeholders to do so that women can be more involved, so that women can help in developing the nation as well?
Now, one of the things that we must do is that the women must come and form what you call cooperatives, women farming cooperatives. In the presence of women farming cooperatives, you can get funding, external funding from all sorts of places. But my question there is, will their husbands allow them join? Because once they are that empowered, most of the women won't even look at their husbands in the face.
At the rural level, Daryl, can I also ask, these women, are they allowed to own lands of their own, or do they farm under their husbands?
No, the husband gets the land, and he sometimes gives them a piece to go and do, those little things like plant egusi or plant, and not in commercial quantities, just those ones that they can eat.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Microphone, please.
Thank you very much, my co-farmer. I just wanted to say this. I don't know if I should say it's a question. Is it that women are not allowed to do this, or we decided, or we tend to stay back? Not even because of fun now, but because we feel it's not a woman's world. Thank you.
I can only speak from where I work. And first of all, in terms of when you look at the rural woman, they can do exactly like the Ohori women where I come from, where the men do the ridges, the Zumba women do ridges, they cut down trees, they do exactly what their husbands do. It's not that they don't want to. They are not given the opportunities to do them. Now, if I don't have, for example, money, every 10 kobo I earn is spent on my children and feeding my children. Where will I have the funds to buy the seeds that I require if my husband doesn't give me? I can't even buy as simple as okra seeds to plant because my husband didn't give me. When you talk about the educated women, I mean, women who today are the more urban women who actually want to go into farming. Why are a lot of women not going to farming? When they think about farming, they think about hoes. Which of us wants to take a hoe? In the absence of the tools that are required, you can't go to the farm. And you see, the truth is that when you become a farmer, you realize that a lot of things that are said outside are not really what it truly is on ground. And that's the truth. When you go into farming, you go into farming because you are passionate about it. And whatever comes with it, you take it with you. And the only reason why it is that difficult is that there are no tools.
Thank you.
Agriculture is a volume-driven business. In the absence of that volume, you remain poor. In fact, agriculture turns out to be a funds drainer for you than a profit maker. If you do not have the required tools and funds
to work with it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Speaking about empowerment, we are women. Where do we come into this, even at this our age? Let's say, can I still go into farming if I want to now? So where do I start from?
First of all, you have to have a very, very clear understanding of what you want to do. Then the people like Folake will come in and train you and tell you about how businesses are run, where to start from, how to go about it, and everything. You have to have a plan. You also have to have, we need to look, find a pool of women that are quite, not just into farming, people who are educated in agriculture and have farming experience. Because what is on the internet is not what happens on the ground. I am a living example. I started out planting tomatoes. If you ask me to put one seed of tomatoes in the ground, I will quarrel with you for the next 50 years. Now, you need to have a clear understanding, again, I say very clear understanding of what you want to do, how far you want to go, what volumes you want to do, how much money do you have, where do you start from. Folake will tell you that once you have determined what you want to do. But if we have a pool of educated people in agriculture who will tell you, oh, this soil is this is that, agronomists, extension officers, agric engineers, every area of agric that can actually help to prepare you for what you want to go into, then you can go into it and seemingly succeed. But if you go in with zero knowledge, except God, because there are so many things you are not in control of.
Okay.
You don't control weather. You don't control weather. You don't control the soil, except you want to ruin the soil by using so much fertilizers that you don't know anything about. So there's so many things that could just go wrong. So you need to plan. You need to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Daryl. We'll not go. We won't take more questions on that, but we'll just conclude by saying, from what Daryl has said to us and from what we have all, listened to, from what some of us have contributed to, like our farmer treasurer. She's also a farmer, I forgot. Women need to be empowered. Women need to be given their own lands. They don't have to work under the men. Women need to form cooperative, farmers cooperative societies. I also want to add that women also need to encourage each other. So by the time we get through or we get done with this, with all this, then women can meaningfully, through agriculture, contribute to development. Thank you very much, Daryl. We'll now move on to Oreoluwa. And as an educationist, Ore will be talking to us from her own perspective as an educationist, how women can contribute to development. I will start off by saying that also as an educationist, we all normally say that charity begins at home. Before the child gets to be educated at all in school, our children leave our own bosom, our own house, our own homes to go into the society. As educationists, we have found out that a lot of the problems that our children have come from the home. Most of us mothers, I would just like to encourage us that we should try as much as possible not to be failing or to be wanting in our motherly duties. A lot of African women are wanting in their motherly duties. The type of children we turn out to school for teachers to take up for us are child that were not well formed at all, full of bad manners, vices. We see all sorts of children with that we are teachers. And you ask yourself, from what homes did these children come out from? So before we take it up from you as teachers, you send to us the children you have already produced on your own level. We can only help to rehabilitate, reform, or remold those children. So starting up, women, please, let's try to say that from the home front, we train our children very, very well so that they can impact positively when they get to the society. Thank you very much. Oreoluwa, you can take it up from here. Thank you. Clap for Oreo, please.
Good afternoon, Queens. How are you? Well done, well done. A big shout out to the executive committee. You've done a wonderful job. And I tried to tell you guys last night that all guys did a wonderful job. God bless you, real good. I'm just going to hit this running. We are leaving here for 4. I have plans. We all have plans. So I'm not going to talk much. I'm just going to hit it and run. The topic says the importance of having economic power as a woman. So I'm taking it from another perspective. We all know that education is said to be the liberating factor for any economy, for any nation. And we are saying, how do we bring Africa back to greatness? So we actually have a target community or audience or nation. We know that this has been one of the banes of underdevelopment in Africa, education. And what exactly is the problem? Why is this a problem in Africa? Because education is not valued. So what happens? What are the disadvantages? The women marry early. So because they marry early, they don't have any earning power. Everything Daryl was saying, if that girl or that woman was educated, she will not wait for her husband to give her a portion of the farm. She's empowered economically. She goes and finds ways of getting money. You know, the importance of the woman, role of woman in the economy. If the woman is not educated, forget about having economic power in Nigeria or in any part of Africa. That is the reason why African countries don't even have many women in legislature. Rwanda has taken the lead in this regard. The Rwandan president made sure that his cabinet is full of over 60% of women because he's trying to change the trajectory of the role of women in Africa. Because he knows that when women are empowered educationally, there's nothing they can do. When a woman is empowered educationally, she won't even think of marrying early. All these ones that go and marry at 15, 20. A woman who is empowered educationally don't even think about that. She wants to study. Her mind is full of ideas. That's one. Number 2, the woman who is empowered, I'm telling you this because these are the importance of a woman being empowered in education. using education as a tool. A woman is empowered, has high income power. She's going to earn more money, and she's going to be able to put back into the economy, into the system, into the nation. So empowering and developing a country is not left for a man. It's for all of us to do. And without education, the women will always be on the back seat. So if we want more women to come up and help develop Africa, taking her out of the doldrums, we need to put more emphasis on education. In fact, I was reading something last night. It says, when in the sub-Saharan African community, when girl education is increased, it has a proportional 64% increment in the economy of the nation. Over a period of years, they did the statistics on secondary school girl education. The more, especially in the lower African countries like DRC and all those countries, the higher the higher the girls had in education, like the higher educational level they got to, they saw a direct proportion to an increment in the socio-economic development of those countries. Now, what's the other side of downside of that? When you don't educate your girl child, the economy goes down. It is proven. It is proven. It's not a matter of, it's not a topic for discussion. So when you empower a woman and the child goes to school, what you get, like I said, you have a woman with high income earning power. You strengthen your economies. You strengthen the gender biases, gender inequality. The women will earn as much as the man. Why? They both went to school. So why should the man earn more? I know that's a debate all over the world, even in America. You know, so I'll just hit that and run. When a woman is empowered, she reduces poverty, like Daro said. Empower a woman, and you see what she's going to do. In fact, there's another statistics that says that companies that have women as the CEOs have a greater success story. They have the rate of their economic growth is faster than the men. The environment where they work is more genial, is more cordial, and more empathic. That is also proven. So, in summary, we know and we hope that, using Nigeria as an example, our nation will take girl education more seriously, especially in the north. And then in total, take education in Nigeria more seriously. Because in fact, Nigeria now, I dare say, it's no longer about girl education now. It's girl and boy education. There's a big problem there. A big, big, big problem. You know? But just look at it. If we can educate these children. Now, these children are on the road now. They have been out of school for 3 months. And then ASU has said another unending number of months. They're on the streets. Some of them are being called girls. Most of them are Yahoo boys. The ones who have good homes are taking their children to learn mechanic workshops, to learn fashion designing, but they have to pay. How many of those children have parents who can even pay for these things? So how do you empower this girl child? ASU asked for 18 million naira, 18 billion to help pay lecturers' fees. They didn't give them. Now our accountant general embezzles 80 billion. 84. You know, so it's such a big shame. You know, so we have a long way to go, but God will help us. I'm a 100% optimistic Nigerian, and I know that Nigeria is going to be a better place. Yes. In Jesus' name, amen. So that's my quota for this.
Thank you very much, Yorolu. No, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take so many questions because we have to move on to the next session because we have to end on time. People are eager to go away. Just a second.
Thank you very much, Orelua. Actually, I run a school, primary, secondary, and there are lots of problems in Nigeria today. And most of these problems in terms of education comes from the parents. And we need to educate our parents. Because in the next 10 years, 10 to 15 years, that will be a great problem in Nigeria in terms of education. One, Children that are brought to secondary schools these days are not up to age. Underage children, 8 years, 9 years. You throw them in secondary school. Children move from primary 4 to GS1. They were not taught the basics. Now, when they get to secondary school, the parents want them to attempt WAEC at SS1. When I started my secondary school, I emulated Queen's School Ibadan. My school prayer is the same with Queen's School Ibadan. My school anthem is the same thing with Queen's School Ibadan. Because I know I really got a lot out of school. So many things. But now we don't have the same in our secondary schools. And that's why we produced underage graduates, which did not go through the right process to really gain what it is. If parents can be encouraged to allow their children to go to school, to follow due process, go to level by level, I think it will help our education better. We have half-baked graduates all over the place now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fuluke. What Fuluke was just saying, in essence, in education, we say allow them to finish the curriculum. We have most students that did not finish curriculum. So that's what Fuluke was just trying to emphasize. And thank you very much, Ore, because Ore spoke extensively. And Ore said something that I want to cap up by saying, when you train a woman, you train a nation. So, and that is part of what we're doing here, that we came back to our alma mater to give back to the source, to try to encourage the girl child and to help to train those children. I know most of us, we have finished training children, but we are only trying to help all those out there, and they really need our help. I said something yesterday, I saw the crowd say, these students are so many. Were we? As much as that, I can't remember. The population. And when I said it, my little girl, she attends one of the public schools in Shogbo about the best and the biggest, and she said, Mommy, in my own set, we are 1,800. I said, But now there are so many. And what I want to say from that is that, believe me, we have more of the underprivileged students in the society than the privileged. So as much as possible, like we are doing now, let's all encourage other women out there to go back, like we are going back to give to our source, to go back to help the girl child everywhere, anywhere we come across them, anywhere we can find them. There are so many children out there that need help, that parents cannot afford to train, and that need help from people like all of us. Thank you very much. And finally, I would like to move on to Fola Kemi Fatadi. She's going to talk about this topic, and she's going to be looking at it from the entrepreneurial perspective. Thank you very much, Fola. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear queens. Let me say a big thank you to the EXCOs and to the local organizing committee of this AGM. You people have done a marvelous job. God bless you. I want to quickly ride on what Daro and Dore has spoken on. However, Kemi, please, you'll need to stop me, because when I start talking entrepreneurship, I don't know when to stop. So please, feel free to stop me when it's time. Yes. I will first want to say doldrums, as was mentioned in the topic, is a state or a phase of stagnation or depression. And you will all agree with me that's where we are presently. Whether we acknowledge it or not, that's where we are. So the onus is on you, on me, on each and every one of us to see what part we can play in bringing Africa, or maybe our little sphere of influence, Nigeria, your state, your city, your country, or your village, out of this phase of stagnation. We all hear different things in our society presently. Women abuse, domestic violence. Permit me to say, I always say, please, let's empower women. Most women endure abuse because they are scared of venturing out on their own, because they think they do not have the economic power. I have listened. Permit me to say, I'm a trainer. I'm an entrepreneur development trainer. I'm a certified trainer with International Labour Organization, and I'm a relationship counselor. I have spoken with a lady before who is a qualified lawyer, but has been terribly abused by her husband. She has forgotten she's a lawyer. She said she did not even remember that she went to school. But eventually, when she knew that she could venture out on her own, she knew that she could do something with herself, she remembered that she went to school and could actually do something. She was able to break out of that hold. So I want to encourage all of us. However, please, I will say it here and now that we all cannot be entrepreneurs. Not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur. I have a friend that has always told me right from when we were in school, I want to be a researcher. Just put me in the lab, give me the grant. I want to keep developing new things. Fine, it's good. But for as many of us who want to be entrepreneurs, please, let's do it properly. The easiest way to bring a nation out of economic depression is for us to build sustainable businesses. Women, let's stop building Taiwan kind of enterprises that can go nowhere. Let's put structures in our businesses. Like I said, I'm a certified trainer with the International Labour Organization. We deploy trainings on generate your business ideas. I know many women will tell me, I'm a jack of all trades. I do different things. What do you do properly? Your business should be solving a problem. Your business should be making an impact. What exactly do you think is your strength? Do a SWOT analysis of yourself and know what is the best thing that you can do to get the best results. We do the start your business. Many of us have been doing our businesses in the home. I've spoken to somebody who said, oh, I do a business, I run a profitable business. I said, tell me about your business. And she said, okay, she's a fashion designer. She works from the garage of her house. And then, oh yes, she makes a lot of money. I looked into her books and I said, madam, your business is not profitable. She said, how? She said, you are not capturing rent in your business. You are not capturing utilities. Your business is going to grow out of this place, but you can't support your rent. So we should put structures in our businesses. We should do businesses like we want to build a sustainable business that will outlive us. It's all about legacy. And please, women, there are many business networks out there. Join one. Women now do not compete with one another anymore. They cooperate with one another. We have all seen that if you want to go fast, if you want to go far, you need people to go with you. Yes, you can go fast walking alone, but you can't go far. So you need people, you need handholders. You need people that will keep you accountable in your businesses. So join business networks. There are many of them. There's NEW, that's NECA's Network of Entrepreneurial Women. There's WIMBIS. There are many of them scattered all over the nation. You cannot use location as an excuse. They are all over. Join one so that you can do your business properly and make your businesses a corporate entity. Don't run away from tax. Tax is part of it. You know? And then please, your business is not you. Separate your business account from your personal account. And mind you, women are always saying, oh, what I need in my business is funds. I beg to differ. When people tell me that, I say, tell me about your business, I can tell you that what you need is not, the first thing you need is not the funds. Because you have not even started doing the business properly. Presently, there are many bodies out there who are interested in women doing businesses. Right now, we have different, institutions, even foreign. ActionAid is one of them that sponsors us to go and train market women. We are building capacity now for market women because they say when we want to give them the grant, we want to be sure that they can manage the grant. So right now we're going to the market, Mile 12 market, Shomolu market. We have been to all of those markets to train them on how to keep records, because I asked them, okay, madam, what do you do? I sell frozen fish. Is your business profitable? She said, yes. I buy a carton of frozen fish for 8,000 naira and then I sell for 12,000. I said, so what is your profit? He said 4,000 naira. So what do you do with the 4,000? Oh, I do enjoyment. I take ashwebi. I said, madam, your business, you are beating your capital. You did not capture the transportation. You did not capture the utilities. You did not capture the overhead. You think you have made profit. So please, I want to encourage us women. When we're doing businesses, entrepreneurship is the way to go. But please, build a sustainable business that will outlive you. Leave a legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Falakemi. Yeah. And I also like to add that now in the Nigerian higher tertiary institution curriculum, both for universities and polytechnics, the Ministry of Education has added courses in entrepreneurial, we call it entrepreneurial development, entrepreneurship, sorry. And we have the courses at all levels except the final year. First year, second year, third year, like that. Yes, university and polytechnics, now compulsory, yes. and every student must do it. Yes, no matter the course you're doing. What the government is trying to say is that students or the Nigerian youth should no longer wait for what Nigeria can do for them, but begin to think of what you can do for yourself. And there's so many courses being taught at, those, a lot of courses, wide range of vocations, so many. Yeah, woodwork, carpentry, photography, hair making, bead making, cooking, so many.
Kemi, sorry, please. Just a second, please.
Adire making.
If you are thinking retirement, for some of us that are in corporate organizations, please start thinking of retirement 10 years before you are due to retire. Not when you are retiring tomorrow. When we do pre-retirement training for companies and they call us for people retiring next year, tell them you're too late. Please, 5 to 10 years before you're due for retirement, think about it. Because retirees die quickly in our society. You will see people that worked with you that were in managerial positions 3 years ago. They come back begging you for money, and you wonder what happened. So please, let's plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Falake. So, you want to ask Falake a question? Okay, go ahead.
I just want to ask, what if you have ideas about business to start, but you're anxious, or you're worried, or you lack the confidence, to start? How do you get over that?
That's why you need training. Training gives you the confidence because then it assures you that you know what you're talking about. Like I said, one of the modules that we deploy for the ILO trainings is generate your business ideas. We have a pool of people who tell you, oh, I'm thinking I want to do business, but I don't know what exactly. Oh, I have interest in many things. So we bring them together. They do a SWOT analysis of themselves, and what I'm sure we all know what SWOT analysis is.
Sure.
Your strength, your weakness, your opportunities, and the threats around you. By the time they do all of that, it's a 2.5 day training. By the time they come out, they're sure of what they want to do.
Thank you. So we're rounding up. Any more contributions? I don't want to shut anybody down, but I'd like to say that thank you very much, Falake, and thank you very much, everybody. In summary, I'll just say that we should all encourage each other as women. And that is another very, very important factor. I don't know how it is out there in the private sector for people that are in business or those of you that live abroad. But for us women in the public sector, women don't encourage each other. Women, they backbite and fall each other down. When you want to seek one position or one appointment that the women should come around, they say, hello, faithful, So please, women, let us try to encourage each other. Let us try to help develop one another. Let us try to help bring each other up, lift each other up, as much as we can. And in due time, I'm sure the women will be up there. So when we develop ourselves, we help develop the younger women folk coming behind us. We help develop the younger children, the young girls coming behind us. Then somehow, one way, on the long run, we will be helping to develop women in Nigeria, in Africa. And by the time we do that, they'll be able to help to develop the nation and the continent at large. Thank you very much for listening. Good afternoon.
Kemi, Daro, Ore, and Falake, thank you for this very insightful view. You guys had like less than 24 hours and you did an awesome, awesome job. I'm sure you did homework last night. Thank you very much, everybody. Go home, take a nap, and see you at 6. Thank you. Bye-bye.
If wishes were horses, is it too much? It's not too much.
Thank you, friends online. See you later. Have a good afternoon, evening, morning. See you at 6 p.m. Nigerian time. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And touch of white for this evening. See you. Bye-bye.
Wanna wake up in a Lamborghini. I want to fly for Santorini. Make money to see